So I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. Hey, I'm live on the right channel this time. Oh my gosh. I was laying in bed because I was going to go to sleep early because my sleep has been off, honestly. Um, I've kind of sort of fallen back into a 3 hour period. And I think I talked about it on here before, but the last time I was sleeping like this was in January. It kind of sort of lasted for a minute, actually, but it started like right after um, the eclipse or somewhere around there. Excuse me, I believe. But I accidentally, hey Miyoshi, I accidentally uploaded to my Legacy channel today because I'm on my laptop. My iPad ran out of storage because I have so many videos on there, so I just deleted like all of them. And I have enough storage now, but I was like, I'm gonna just do this real quick. How you doing today? Happy Mother's Day! Happy Mother's Day! Happy Mother's Day! Uh, I wasn't gonna go live, or I wasn't gonna upload today, but before I went to sleep, I was like, that don't feel right. It don't feel right to not upload here today. So just because I accidentally uploaded to the wrong channel, don't mean that I'm excused. And maybe the folks still over there. Oh wow, that's a lot. Maybe the folks over there still needed a treat. Oh snap! Really? I'll give it a listen. I cried today, girl. I cried. It's been a lot of emotions. I'm just like, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna allow myself to feel this right now because I ain't gonna be doing that repressing, suppressing stuff. So for a good, like, a few minutes, and then I was good. I was just in my feelings a little bit today. And I was spending some time with my mom. We went out today. I'm wearing these masks. Well, I wore a mask and she wore a mask. And we was wearing the masks and neither one of us was feeling it. I was like, this ain't it. This ain't it. I was like, I can't believe this. Like, this ain't it. It took me back to Model Star. I used to work at a place called Model Star. It was a facility. It was like a laundry factory. And they worked with hospitals and like nursing homes, right? And so imagine like, the folks like, sometimes you go to the hospital and you get some linens and, nobody makes a mess. And sometimes you make a mess in the hospital. And girl, I was in the part where the incoming laundry came in and we had to sort it and it was all kinds of stuff. I like whenever someone passed away, you could smell it. Like it would smell like death. And I was like, and if you wasn't paying attention, sometimes like if your mind is going faster than your nose, you may fling something and it may have been carrying a little passenger. And then they're like, oh my gosh. And yeah, the masks were not it. Five of Wands in reverse. Okay, so I'm gonna try to keep this fairly short. Yeah, you're on divine show. I take my mask out. I mean, I've only gone out with it. Oh wow, cutting to the lovers and the Nine of Wands, almost there. It's a stairway to the moon. Um, I guess like in Illinois, it's like if you can't maintain 6 feet, then like you got to have the mask. And so, well, then there's that Three of Swords. So in reverse though. I haven't used these in a minute. I ain't used these in a minute. So I put it on. I went to Little Caesars the other day. Matt wearing a mask. I get in there, and the girl behind the counter ain't even wearing a mask. And I'm like, this is awkward. I was like, you know what? I got my divine protection, but now I'm like, I'm gonna wear this mask. But now I'm like, F these masks, man. This ain't it. This ain't it. I had gloves on too the first time I went out. I was like, And then my brother was like, so like, how do the gloves work? I was like, and then I'm like touching door handles. I'm like, anyway, I'm gonna give this a few shuffles. Oh, there's that King of Pentacles. Oh, the Father of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords at the cut. Let's see what else. The Six of Pentacles and the Father of Pentacles now in reverse because this deck has reversals. I'm gonna try not to make this too long because I just want to put something up, and I haven't used my archetype, the Wild Unknown archetype cards in a minute, so I'm doing this real quick. If you did check out the video on my Legacy channel, in the description, I put a link to part 2. It's only like 7 to 9 minutes longer because I left in the middle of it. And I meant to hit the pause button, but I accidentally hit the stop button. I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to be recording on my laptop more, even though my webcam is not as good. I may actually order a webcam that can record like in higher quality, but at the same time, I might not. The path is just non-existent right now. It's not that it doesn't exist, but I mean, I guess that video didn't upload, but it's very much Yanganti Ten's energy. It's almost low-key kind of tragic that those didn't upload, and they're deleted now, so I recorded 3 videos a day. They just would not post. The comic came out with the creator in reverse. Isn't that hilarious? You remember that one day, Miyoshi, when you was like, if you want to make God laugh, all you have to do is tell him what your plan is or something like that. I saw that again in a video yesterday. Somebody was like, if you want to make God laugh, just tell him your plan. I was like, okay. So that's the comic and the creator. He's like, haha, you thought. All right. So tonight, I feel like I'm feeling 2 archetypes. Or should I do a self? I'm going to do the first archetype of each type to come out of the deck. I'll give this 2 more shuffles. And then that's how we're going to proceed. And then I'll pull some cards. Oh, there's a card already. What's this? The Vision, number 55. Ah, the Vision, the Medallion, number 59. No. The Tear, no. Number 13, the Crone. We have our first. So this is our aspect of self. The Crone is the aspect of self. The Vision is the thing. So now we need, if I don't find a phase before I finish, before I get the setting, then I'm just going to end. And here's this number 40, the Dead End. This is the place. That's the setting. I'm going to give it one more. And then the Mystic is in reverse. Bottom of the deck is the Stone. And the Mother. The Stone Mother. What is that? Is that from Horizon Zero Dawn? Is that what they call like the mountain or something? The Stone Mother. That sounds like something to me. One second. I'm going to look it up. Maybe that's from Horizon Zero Dawn. This says, wow. Stone Mother, Pyramid Lake, Paiute Tribe. One day, the father of all Indians came to this area and lived on a mountain near Stillwater. It is said that he was created. What? Sierra Nevada geotourism. A remarkable two-foot rock formation that resembles a hooded Indian woman seated with an open basket lying next to her. This is interesting because I've been wanting to dig into my Native American ancestry a lot more lately. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's a sign for me to do that. Maybe that's what I'll do next. Um, yeah, I wanted to dig into that part of my ancestry for a while because there was a show called Shaman King back in the day. You wouldn't even know where to begin about what the Stone Mother or what the Stone Mother means. Ooh, that one on the floor. There was a show called Shaman King back in the day, and they were shamans, and I was like, oh snap! Like, I want to be a shaman. Oof, what was that? I was like, oh snap! I want to be a shaman, even though I'm afraid of ghosts. And so I looked it up, and they said something about Native Americans, and I was like, oh snap! I got Native American in me. Oh, the judge number 14 fell on the floor. Okay, all right. I was like, oh snap! I got Native American in me. Let's go. And I've been asking my family for a minute. Excuse me. And because I have Native American on my mother's father's mother's side and my mother's father's father's side. And then even on my mother's mother's side, I have Native American in me. And genetically, I actually have more Native American in my DNA than she has in hers, which is interesting because um, both of her paternal grandparents have. Oh gosh! Oh, what is that? Oh, something just like oh, it's like my throat started to close up or something. Your grandmother's side and your mom's dad's side and your dad's side, both his parents. Yeah, Egyptian has definitely had your attention. All right, let's pull some cards. So the vision came out first. I'll put these in the order they came out. The vision, the crone, and the dead end. I don't like that dead end card. Um, but yeah, it's heavy on my mom's side. And then apparently my dad's side has like Asian. I was like, what? Because that's where I get like Filipino. I was like, Filipino, what? And then there was some like, what's that, Southeast Asian? Like some Indonesian, some Thai, Khmer, and stuff like that. I was like, oh, snap. But then I was looking at some other stuff, and that was actually like kind of sort of a sync a little bit. I was like, okay. Because that was resonating with me, but Seven of Swords in reverse. Oh, someone's vision is returning. Vietnamese, Arabic, Asian, Vietnamese. Yeah, it's interesting. I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, I'm not getting my DNA done because this and because that and blah blah blah." But I mean, I'm an engineer, so I mean, not all engineers believe in getting their DNA done, but it's like if the government wanted your DNA, the government could probably get your DNA / might even have it. Because is it like some hospitals, or is that nowadays where they start taking the placenta, maybe, or something like that? They take something when you're born. Maybe not. I don't know. Ooh, I was talking about the Two of Wands in the video today. Well, here's that Empress. I guess she's in reverse. So what else for this vision? Anything else for this vision? Even though I want to start at the end. Anything else for the vision? Anything else for the vision? Stone Mother. I can't even remember why I wanted to get into it, but I do. I want to get into it. Wanna be famous. But I'm just like, I'm down with the DNA. And I've seen it change. So that was interesting. Not significantly, but I've seen, there's that Empress again at the cut. Empress in reverse with the Ace of Wands upright. Five of Wands in reverse, Empress in reverse. Are you upright now, Empress? Because you was on the side I just flipped upright. And then there's Temperance in reverse with that Five of Wands in reverse. But yeah, it changed a little bit. The smaller percentages. And I have like Scandinavian in my DNA. I was like, what? Scandinavian? I knew I had Irish DNA because the family historian, she passed and it's so tragic. The Lovers and the Mother of Wands both in reverse. But she said that one of our one of our ancestors was like 1/4 Irish and 3/4 Cherokee. Oh wow. The Lovers in reverse and that Death card upright. You see how you got a dead bird here and you got two birds there? Somebody has cut out the karmic. Let me stop. Y'all know I am not a twin flame reader. Alright, that's good for this. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. And let's get to this dead end, because this is what I'm the most curious about. Two of Swords in reverse and the Six of Wands in reverse. What was I talking about? 10 of Cups upright with the Two of Swords upright. Let's get this one more. Father of Pentacles upright and the 10 of Cups upright. All right, let's clarify this dead end. I should have pulled these face down. I should have tried first. I'm going to try not to make this too long. What was I talking about? Native American ancestry, DNA, Irish, and Cherokee. Yeah, I was like, well, we got this great, like, ancestor. He's like great grand uncle who was like 1/4 Irish and 3/4 Cherokee Indian. So I'm like, when did I become black? Exactly. But then I was like, I also have a father, you know. Oh, that's not. Oh, wow. Well, I don't like this message, so I'm going to go for another round. And we can choose whichever one resonates for our situation, because I'm not a fan of whatever this is. Actually, I should just like put it all back. So I am actually going to read this first, but I want to see what that dead end is about. I don't remember why I was talking about that. Oh yeah, that's why I knew I had Irish. I knew I would have Irish in my chart because I knew I would have Irish in my DNA report because she said that. So it was cool to have it confirmed. But I wasn't expecting the Scandinavian. But I did just get back into the Norse pantheon. That was like 2 summers ago. I was like heavy into it. Everything was like Norse mythology for a second. God of War came back, and that was all about Norse mythology. I found this one show on Netflix, and that was about Norse mythology. One of my friends randomly went to the library and got a book, and I was eating dinner with her one day, and she is so cool. She is so cool. And she was like, hey, I just got this book on the Norse pantheon from the library. I was like, what? Like, really? And she was like, yeah. I was like, wow, I've been seeing like so much about that lately. And she was like, you want to borrow it? I was like, really? For sure? She was like, yeah. I was like, okay, well, yeah, I'll take it. Um, and so I read up on it. Um, yeah. And then to see the Scandinavian pop up, I was like, wow, that's interesting. Because I didn't expect Scandinavian. But hey, you know, that's one of the good things about being, I guess, a minority in America. Um, Especially an African American or maybe even a Native American. Because people did, I mean, unfortunately, people did all kinds of stuff with the slaves back in the day, right? And so you're not surprised if you got like, some Caucasian and some European influences in there, as well as a bunch of other stuff because people were coming from all over, right? All right, let me read this. But yeah, it was interesting. To our origins, to our ancestors. hmm I want to dig into like all of that. I wish like it would be interesting if like you could just like go back and see. All right, so the dead end is number 40. There's 42. Oh, excuse me. I need to go to bed soon. I don't like this dead end. I don't like the cards. I don't like this card, and I don't like the cards that came to clarify it either. So the dead end. Um, this is the closed door, the final chapter, and the impasse. I guess I did see the Two of Swords a few times. So I'm gonna do my best, y'all. Contrary to what its name implies, the dead end is very much alive. It is a force that stops us from moving forward as it's a force that stops us from moving forward as planned. It is thick, dense, uncompromising, a wall beyond all walls. With every bramble, thorn, and stone, it simply states, no more, child, you have reached. No more, child. You have reached the last page of this chapter. It is natural to resist. Oh, its very resistance and struggle even harder to make our way, to prove our point, to hold on to what was. In this way, we fight with life itself. From a mythic perspective, the end you face is very much a beginning. There are doors opening all around you, just not the one you planned on. Um, if you are honest and courageous enough to accept, adjust, and adapt, the dead end becomes known as life's beginning. Oh, wow. Okay, I love how that ended. The dead end becomes known as life's beginning. Now, clarifying the dead end is the Ace of Cups in reverse and the Son of Cups in reverse, which is the Knight of Cups. So the dead end is like if you're waiting on something, you're gonna be waiting on it. That's why I was like, oh. But that's the place, right? This is the setting. So this is the archetypes build a story. And so we're sitting at this dead end, which could be life's beginning. The dead end is the last and final pages of a chapter. And what I was the more optimistic and hopeful part of me, of course, because I always got to throw a little bit of something in there, right? Not always, but sometimes I do. Maybe it's the Pisces in me. Maybe it's the part of me that don't want to accept a dead end, right? But when I read the part about like you're reaching the final pages of a chapter, the final chapter, and with this Ace of Cups in reverse and with the Son of Cups in reverse, I'm feeling this dead end almost like you've gone as far as you can go with the baggage that you're still carrying. And if you continue to carry this, like you can't carry that and proceed any further, right? You need to let this go if you want to claim any of this, because as long as you continue to stay stuck in whatever mode you're in, you're going to be at this wall. And once you get to a certain point, like it showed up in your dreams again. Oh, B showed up in your dreams again. Well, it might be time to dead end that mess. Be like, I'm good. Thank you. Next. um, but it's like you may be reaching the point because, like, we have, depending on what your path is, you can have choices and you can have options, or you could be strongly encouraged to make a certain decision. And so, depending on how you proceed when you reach that dead end, oh, okay, that's interesting. All right, I'll try to work it in if I remember. So it's like depending on how you proceed when you reach that dead end, it's like if you hit one dead end and you try to like navigate around it to continue that path, even though you're getting dead ended, it's like spirit will box you in. It's like you try to move that way, dead end. You try to move that way, dead end. And they will box you in until you work through whatever you need to work through to move forward. And that's one way where it's like you can maintain, like, you still have choice, you still have free will, but it can be highly encouraged for you to make a certain decision. Now, depending on how important your path is, or depending on how important it is for you to reach a certain point to affect someone else that comes along your path, I feel like that's the more they'll sort of like encourage you to make a certain decision or encourage you to heal a certain bit. Um, but I'm seeing it like mementos and persona. And mementos is the space of the collective subconscious. And in the game, there are people who are basically faced with different sins, like the seven deadly sins. I think first you come upon lust, and then greed. Um, pride is in there. Isn't gluttony in there? Anyway, because I don't think they necessarily have seven palaces, so I don't think they're all represented. But you come upon these different characters who more so embody that than others. Um, and in the space of the collective subconscious and mementos, it's like you can go further and further into it the more you sort of like defeat the other palaces. It unlocks more. And it's almost that sort of energy where it's like you're hitting this dead end because there's something within you that needs to be healed. And once you heal that, then it unlocks the door for you to proceed further. Um, so that's the setting. We're at this dead end, right? Now, this is the personality. This is the character that we're sort of embodying is this crone. And the crone is the stone mother. This crone is the stone mother. Well, what does that mean? You know when like you run your finger around the rim of a glass, and if it has water in it, and if I guess if your finger is a little wet, I've never really done it in real life, but like when you run your finger around the rim of a glass, then it starts to create like that vibration, that noise. It's like that. What is that? I don't know. That's the motion that I'm seeing, but I don't know what it means. Um, Another sun in reverse, the sun of swords in reverse, with the two of cups upright, and the daughter of wands upright, with this crone. And then we have the vision clarified by the Seven of Swords in reverse. And then also the judge is sort of presiding over all of this. Yeah, the judge is presiding over all of this. So you're being watched. If the whole like spirit, like, encouraging you to make a certain choice, the judge is here and he is watching the situation unfold. Um, so the aspect of self is the crone. The crone is the elder feminine energy within us. It is the seasoned mystic, sometimes the outcast and pariah. It is she who is sought in hard times, in times of desperation, but she's the same person who's like ostracized at the same time, right? And so the crone is at a dead end, but at that dead end, she gets a vision. I just heard like do it again, but this time do it right. Like do it again, but this time do it right. Start at the beginning, this time do it right. It's almost like a choreo, like rehearsal. It's like, okay, from the top, this time, let's get this right so we can move on to teaching the next part of the choreography. Because we got like a performance in like a few weeks and we've been running the first, like, we're not even done with the first routine yet and we got like 7 more to learn. So, like, come on, people, come on, people. It's like, do it again. This time, do it right. From the top, from the top, from the top. And it's like you're doing an 8 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And someone's messing up. And you're just like, okay, from the top, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Do it again, but this time do it right. And so the vision isn't even a vision. Oh. Ooh. I'm not surprised that these came out together, but you see that right there? You see that? Now look at that. You see that? Like, what's that? What's that? What's this? What is that? Huh? What are those? There's a snake here, owls, birds, guardians, a rainbow. It's like restored vision is what I first got when the Seven of Swords came out in reverse over this vision. Oh, okay. So that's it. Do it again. This time, do it right. I feel like that's the energy of like spirit sort of boxing you in because it's like you keep trying to, you're hitting this dead end and you keep trying to maneuver past it. And it's like the dead end keeps extending. And every direction you turn, it's like the dead end extends and extends and extends and extends until it has you closed in. Ooh, a toxic lover just came to my mind. But anyway, um, Son of Swords in reverse, Two of Cups upright, the Daughter of Wands upright. This is almost the energy of not being able to see the truth because you want something too badly. I wish I could just like wrap this up quicker. But it's like I feel like there's something here that I haven't hit yet. And it's this crone. I mean, the crone is the crone. Like she's so old and mystic and stuff. Like, so maybe I should start with the vision. The seven of all of the swords are in reverse. The seven of swords is in reverse. This knight of swords is in reverse. I'm gonna say this knight of swords sits in between the vision and the crown because they both had that little whatever that was, right? And you see these two owls here. The only owl on the table is in reverse, and it's the Son of Swords. And then you have the Seven of Swords in reverse, which is an Eight of Swords in reverse. And the Eight of Swords in reverse could be the energy of an invisible prison. You being trapped in ways that you don't even understand that you're trapped. And so the Vision card came out. But, oh, wow. Now there's two cards on every one. Okay. Yeah. So, boom, boom, boom. What is this? Pull three more cards. Okay. Let's just see what they are. I'm going to pull them from the middle of the deck. Four of Wands in reverse. We'll do this one. The Ace of Wands upright. And then we'll do this one. The Six of Wands in reverse. All wands. 11 wands. 10 wands in reverse. 1 wand upright. That's like the path that you're on isn't going to get you where you want to go. And your vision is clouded. Your vision is blocked because you're just so... You're not accepting the dead end for what it is. It's like the wall itself is speaking to you. Right, she's the stone mother. And it's like this is a wall of... It's not a wall of stone. It's like, you see, it's the brambles, right? In this dead end. Well, yeah. This is very reminiscent of the Ten of Wands in this deck as well. In the Wild Unknown. Very reminiscent of the Ten of Wands. I'm going to see what's around the Ten of Wands. Ooh, the Emperor's upright. Oop, another owl is in reverse. Let's keep going until we find the Ten of Wands. Nope, that's not it. Another owl. Both the King and the Queen of Swords are in reverse. The Son of Swords is in reverse. Wait, the Emperor is in reverse. What was that? Oh, that was the Six of Cups. Where is this Ten of Wands? So the Page of Cups is the only court card upright. In the Wild Unknown, these owls, this is the Court of Swords. So the father, the mother, and the son are all in reverse, but the daughter is upright. Empress is also in reverse. And here's this Ten of Wands. Okay, finally, goodness. This is interesting. I'm gonna be on here for a lot longer than I planned. Oh my gosh. Isn't that the way? Here's the dead end. Here's the Ten of Wands. You see that? So they're similar. Ten of Wands upright is next to the Five of Swords upright and the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. It was between these. And again, I feel like that's someone who's too attached to what they want to allow things to proceed the way that they need to. So the crone reaches this dead end. The Two of Cups with the Daughter of Wands both upright. The Daughter of Wands is the Page of Wands. The Page of Wands, pages are messengers. Messengers from the Suit of Wands is a deep desire. The Two of Cups is almost a promise of some kind of fulfillment. Some not receptivity. It's like reciprocity, but yeah, it's like reciprocity. But if all you have is an immature desire, It's like somebody is on a path that spirit does not want them on. It's time to pivot. It's time to move. It's time to change direction. But with this Four of Wands in reverse and with the Six of Wands in reverse, I feel like that's a Ten of Wands. And the Ten of Wands is between the Nine of Pentacles in reverse and the Five of Swords upright. But that's someone who's like very, very, very committed to whatever this is, even though it's not going to bring them the victory that they want. And so I feel like Spirit is trying to get somebody to move in a new direction, is trying to restore this vision. But it's like you can only hold one vision in your mind at a time. And so if you choose to stick to the vision of whatever this Ace of Cups in reverse, Son of Cups in reverse is, it's going to keep you stuck at this dead end. And again, this dead end doesn't even necessarily have to be that this person is a bad person. I feel like the dead end more so is that like you're not doing whatever you need to do to move beyond this point. And again, that's the energy of an invisible prison. It's limiting you in ways that you don't even see. But the judge is right here, just watching. What's this? Oh my gosh, with the Lethea right behind it. This is the truth. That's why this card is black and white. I accidentally picked both of them up, Judge and Alethea. I don't know what to say about this. This is just so like. What's some advice? Is there any advice? Y'all gotta have some kind of advice, right? Open your eyes. Oop. Three of Swords in reverse. Let it go. And you gotta feel it to heal it. Because it's like there's. The cups are in reverse, and cups are all about feeling. Right? Well, the Two of Cups is upright. We have two cups upright and two cups in reverse. The two cups in reverse are the Ace and the Sun. The two cups upright are the Two of Cups. The only cards upright are the Two of Cups upright in this. So it's like you want it. You want somebody to be something that they may not be able to be. I don't know. This is so weird. This is so weird. Take a breath and do it again. Okay. Once more from the top. Oh. Ooh. I feel like this is like past. This is like karma. This is karmic. Oh, I didn't even notice that the Nine of Cups and the Eight of Swords both fell out in reverse. Eight of Swords in reverse and Eight of Swords in reverse. Like you have 8 swords here all together in reverse, and then you got 8 swords here. Both in reverse. Nine of Cups in reverse. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This feels like past life karmic cycle. And that's why it's like once more from the top. Once more from the top. Again from the top. But it feels like a choice that you've made life after life after life after life after life after life after life. And if you don't believe in past life cycles, this could be you making the same choices in this life. And it's like this crone has grown so old, making the same mistakes. And then it's like somebody's like, well, you think she'd know better by now. It's like, hey, nip, she don't. These aren't the karmic cards. The karmic cards are the other ones. Those are the energy oracle cards, weren't they? But yeah, it's not karmic in a sense of like, well, it kind of sort of is, but it's karmic in a sense of like it's a wall that somebody hits life after life after life after life. So it doesn't even necessarily have to be a person. It's like a mindset. And the judge is sitting by. But then it's like, how does something... Wasn't those it? It might have been. Well, hold up. Yeah, you might be right. They might have changed and they might have jumped ship one day. I think you are right. I haven't used these in a while though. Yeah, because I remember that one story. I was like, oof, I don't like this story. It ended up happy in the end, I think. But yeah, it's just like once more from the top. Once more from the top. Let's try this one more time. Okay. I'm gonna put these back. I'm gonna do one more because I don't like that one. But it's like at the same time, it's like how are you supposed to learn and grow from past lives that you don't even remember, right? It's like I don't know, you just gotta figure it out. You gotta be connected to the ancestors. Empress in reverse, Mother of Wands in reverse. Oops. Ace of Cups in reverse, and the Empress upright. I guess they're both upright this way. I don't know. Ooh, that was a good shuffle. Now she's upright. Do this cut. Excellent. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Pentacles. Reaching new heights. Love that. I wish I could shuffle these better. But yeah, it's like once more from the top. Once more from the top. Once more from the top. Will they make the same choice? And then the box came out. Yeah, the box. Ooh, look at that maze. That was decent. That wasn't terrible. Ooh, there's the father. The father and the queen at the cut. So it's almost like someone lost their vision. Vision upright with the Seven of Swords in reverse. All things come with a price. And whenever you try to cheat something, the price is steepened. Because by trying to cheat something, you're not paying full price. And when you don't pay full price up front, you accrue interest, right? And so to proceed any further, the judge and Alethea were both there. So there are multiple ways to go about getting it, multiple ways to go about moving forward. But some of those will have you accruing karmic debt because all things come with a price. There's a light price and then there's a dark price. And the dark price comes with tax and it comes with interest and it comes with a whole bunch of other stuff. It's like getting a loan from a loan shark. Um, it's like all of these things would have been granted to you anyway if you would have had the patience to see it through. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't even know if any of this makes sense for anybody, but I'm just like, where is this coming from? But it's like with the vision, it's almost like someone's eyes gets them in trouble, right? Someone is like, well, I wouldn't be cheating if all these honeys weren't so fine, right? I don't know why I said it like that. But then in the Bible, remember somewhere it says like Jesus told him like because somebody was like talking about the way that the women were dressed, or some dude was talking about girls, and he was like, if your eyes would cause you to sin, then pluck out your eyes, or something like that. And so it's like in some ways, someone made themselves blind to something, hoping that before their sight returned, they would learn something to go about it in a different way. And they wouldn't repeat the cycles that they always repeat, or something like that. It's something like that. Because it's almost like, if I make things harder for myself when I don't have access to anything, then that's going to teach me how to be resilient, how to be steadfast, how to be strong. And so whenever I encounter this choice again, I'll be able to make a different choice. The Castle and the Bardo, number 50 and 43. Okay. What is that about? Maybe I'll try to see. We'll go with it. Okay. So yeah, it's like very much that vibe. It's like someone's hoping that like because I went through this and because I went through that and because I did this, like this time I won't make the same choice. This time I'll do it differently. The Empty Room. Oh, wow. This is 42. 42 is the Empty Room, 43 is the Castle. We have the Bardo in between. So the Bardo is a liminal space. I should have known that wasn't going to stay up there. The Bardo is a liminal space, right? It's like a space between spaces. And so it's like, what is that movie? Was that Silent Hill, maybe? I never watched the movie, but I know it's like Stranger Things where you have the upside down, right? So like the empty room is like the upside down. The castle is like the right side up. And this Bardo is that portal, that boundary, that barrier, that wall sort of in between the two. And so it's like this may be different, but it's like you're sitting in this space where it's like you can kind of sort of see both at the same time. Or you'll like flash from one to the other. I guess depending on the mood you wake up in, right? If you're in a good mood, you can see it as a castle. If you're in a bad mood, you see it as the empty room. Depending on where your focus is. Oh, this is getting too late. I'm getting too sleepy, and these things are trying to go a little bit too deep. I'm like, I ain't asleep yet. I don't. This is like, it's not. It's going over my head, and I'm not even trying to dig into it tonight. So, give me something I can digest. Give me something like easy that we can like move forward with, because this video is already long enough, and I don't like the last message. So, give me something I like, but don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, but tell me something I want to hear. Tell me the truth. But yeah, I feel like I've gone through a bit of that myself, actually, honestly, because I feel like I've been in the space of like repeating past life mistakes. And it's like, I hope I would have gone through enough. I hope I would have done enough in this lifetime to not make that mistake again. And I thought I diverted myself one time, but then I just came into a realization that I was kind of sort of doing the same thing. And it's interesting because sometimes it's not the choice that you make, it's the reason why you made it. You're sleepy too. Well, yeah, it's like what 110 over there. No wonder it's bedtime. It's beyond bedtime. I've been trying to be in the bed by now because I'm gonna be waking up super early anyway. Gotta get some sleep. Gotta try to get some sleep. But it's like, yeah, it was like I thought I made it past this. So it's not. Sometimes it's not the choice you make; it's the reason why you make it. And so the choice that I'm making, the choice that I'm choosing to make now, may look like a choice I would have made in the past. But my motivation for making the choice is completely different. It's similar, but it's different because the willingness that I have to do whatever I need to do to move forward is there. Whereas I feel like in the past it wasn't. Because in the past it was a lot more complacent. It was a lot more focused on like, this may be the best it ever gets, and I'm not going to pass up this opportunity, hoping that one day I'll get something better. Right. And for me, it really feels like heavy, like past life karma, like decisions I've made in the past. Like, I just want to be happy. And I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that. Like, once I find my happiness, that's it. I'm done with everything else. And it's like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, watch me do that. And then it's like, okay, well, watch you lose everything that made you happy. And then you're miserable. So it's like, this time I hope I would have done enough to not fall into that same trap. Because it's time to go beyond and grow beyond. All right. Okay. Now everything want to just fall out. Get lost in all that picture sound. I've been losing my mind, but now I'm no longer falling for you. How do I? I've been losing my mind, but I'm no longer falling for you. Cause I am standing on the fault line, the fault line. All at once, you act like you don't need me. I love that song. Hey girl, I'm holding on. I don't know what to believe in. Baby, you've been leading me on. Ooh, Thanatos. Ooh. I was only going to pull one of these cards if they popped out before all the other cards did, and he did. Thanatos is on, I believe it was Daily Upload number 10, or Daily Bite number 10. The one that's like, the one that has a thumbnail of 4 piles. Thanatos was pile number 3. So we have the fault line, we have the nectar, and Thanatos. I'm looking for an aspect of self now. Oh, the kiss is in reverse. Did you say something? Oh yeah, you sleepy too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The self in reverse. I may take it upright. This is the self. Okay. This is very alluring. So we have the self. What's on the bottom of the deck? Bottom of the deck is the warrior on the side. The warrior and the riddle. What just came to mind is like, I don't understand it, but it's like, when is a warrior not a warrior? When he ain't fighting, when he ain't doing his job, what are you doing? Oh, that's the answer. All right, so the self in reverse, upright in reverse, the self, the fault line, the nectar, and Thanatos. The energy of death itself. Thanatos is the god of death, not the lord of the dead, not the god of the dead. He's the god of death, right? Gods of the dead typically rule the places where the dead go, right? Like Hades is in Hades, right? Pluto is in the underworld. He isn't necessarily the god of death. He's just the god of the place where they all go. And in some mythologies, he don't even like being down there. right? Is it one where it's like they drew lots to see who would rule the underworld and he got the short one or something like that? Maybe not, but I don't think he too much likes being down there because the party is upstairs, right? And that's why even in the movie he was like, "I'm tired of being down here." He was like, and then Zeus was like, "Oh, you'll work yourself to death, huh?" The self in reverse, the fault line, the nectar, and Thanatos. Oh, I'm not even gonna say that, but I feel like with the self in reverse again, this is another great change, or someone is sitting on the precipice of this great change. And either you're being called to, I don't know what this is. Either the nectar is something calling you off of that path, something enticing you to prevent that change from happening, or the nectar is enticing you to take the plunge and to allow that transformation to occur. Either way, Thanatos is here. This is the closing of a chapter that will not be reopened. Um, I mean, Thanatos is the end of all ends. So, with the self in reverse, yeah, I feel like this is some aspect of the self that needs to die. But the death that that part of the self needs is a transformation. It needs to be transformed to allow you to move forward. And again, I don't know if that nectar is preventing the transformation or if the nectar is encouraging the transformation. You would know for you, whoever's watching this. You, viewer, would know if it's preventing you from changing or if it's encouraging you to. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, like if it's not scaring you, then you're complacent, then you're comfortable, then it's probably enticing you to stay the same. It's enticing you to stay stuck. If it scares you, there's probably a good chance that it's trying to break the ice. And once the ice breaks, you're going to plunge. And Pluto is already retrograde. So, hey, it's time to just go for it. That was a really good shuffle right there. I want to pull an overall for this first. Hit me with that overall energy, please. Excuse me. What's that overall? Give me that overall. Overalls. What? I don't even know what I'm going to title this. Devil in reverse is the overall energy. So exactly what I was saying. Some part of the self needs to transform. The ice is about to break. You're about to take the plunge. And this, I mean, if it's iced over, it's cold. So this is going to be a shock to the system. Shock. What'd you say? Oh, you said, ow, ow. She said, LOL. All roads lead to Mars just popped into my head. I don't know what that means. Look and see where Mars is in your natal chart. Um, I know, I believe Bohemian Stars and Ocean Heart readings. One time she said that Mars could be like bad karma, or not like bad karma, but Mars can hold like some of the trauma of past lives, um, or something like that. And it was interesting that she said that because that night I had a dream. So my Mars is in Cancer, right? Cancer is a very familial sign. And I believe my Mars is in the third house, which rules siblings. It's the Gemini house. Um, I actually have Cancer cusping two of my houses. So, but she was like, yeah, Mars holds like that kind of trauma, especially like if you've, I don't know. Anyway, that night I had a dream that there was a war and my brother switched sides and I met him on the battlefield. And of course, I didn't kill my brother. Well, actually, I think he beat me and he let me live. And then after the war was over, I remember like not speaking to him for a long time. But then one day I found him and he had like a family and everything. And I didn't have anybody. Or I might have. Maybe they just weren't there. Maybe I went looking for him. And he had a family. I think I recorded it. And I was just like, wow. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I can't believe I tried to do that. Or something like that. And that was like the night that she had said that, like, I would look it up, but that Mars can hold some like past life trauma or something like that. I was like, wow, I had a dream last night that there was like some sibling, like some kind of civil war broke out, siblings against siblings. I don't know if it was necessarily American. It honestly felt like there was a heavy like religious backing, um, like some kind of religious war or something. And I was like, I can't believe you would like betray the family and everything that's like, backed us for somebody else, like for some woman, for some girl. And then they got married and they lived happily ever after. So I was like, you know what? I can't be mad. I can't be mad. Let me see. I don't know why I'm looking for this. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, I was like, what? Dream Bay. Here it is, wartime. I had this dream on, what day is this? October 19th. Had a dream that my brother fell in love with the neighbor's daughter at wartime. He switched sides, didn't think he would. We reconnected later. I reached out, didn't know if he would accept me. He had a family and was a Muslim holy man. That's what I wrote. He was a Muslim holy man. I don't know what that means. I remembered it had some kind of religious backing. And I was like, you would really switch sides? What? But then he became like a holy man. I'm like, what? I don't know. It was weird. It was the night that she said that. Don't necessarily mean nothing. But it's like all roads point to Mars. But then we have this fault line, we have Nectar, and we have Thanatos. Clarify this self. Let's do this real quick. 2 cards. I'll take this one, the Chariot in reverse, and the Hangman in reverse. To me, the Hangman in reverse and the Chariot in reverse is someone who moves without any kind of sense of conviction. Um, it's like someone who's like all action, no thought, all brawn, no brain. Someone who doesn't think before they act. And maybe that's the part of the self that needs to transform. Because when you're like that, it's very, very hard to have any kind of foresight, to have any sight farther enough to project out into the future. Ooh, the magician and the emperor at the cut. Okay. I see y'all. Let's clarify this fault line. All at once. Oh my gosh. Son of Swords in reverse. Again. Someone just cannot accept this change. Maybe? I don't know. Let's get one more. At least one more. Okay, let's get like 2 at the most. Lord. Is that it? That's it? Okay. Let's go for this Nectar. Yeah, that's someone who moves without any sort of conviction. And so that's a very like billionaire type energy. And billionaire type energy in a way that they value their profit and their money more than the lives of their employees, more or less. Right? It's like by any means necessary. And it's like without any foresight, that's that vision, right? The vision came out upright, but all of the swords were in reverse. And like the owls were on the vision card. All the owls in the deck were in reverse. The only owl upright was the page, was the daughter of swords. And that daughter of swords energy is the energy of like someone who's like fantasizing about like their wedding, like it's gonna be like this and it's gonna be like that, and it's not realistic at all. Right? Still in that dreamy energy, still inexperienced, but everybody with experience is like, and sometimes it's okay to have a unique opinion or to stand your ground against other people. We're clarifying this nectar card. It's sweet, it's alluring. Ambrosia. Yes. What's this? Ace of Pentacles and the Emperor, both in reverse. If you need to hear something from somebody before you close out a chapter, you need to get out of that space. If you can't provide closure for yourself, or if you can't, because like whenever you rely on someone else for closure, you're keeping yourself from doing that healing. You're making someone else dependent on you being able to reach whatever space you need to reach. Seventh, oh, you have Mars in the seventh. Ooh, that could be relationships. That's accurate. I mean, I don't know why I said that's accurate. I'm sorry. Maybe it's accurate for you. I was like, yeah, I can see that. I can see some relationship past life trauma there. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that's accurate. Like, I know your past life, girl. I don't know nothing. Um, but yeah, it's like if you are relying on someone else to come and start something for you, to come and initiate something for you, if you're relying on someone else to come and create a structure and a foundation for you to move forward, you lost the game. If you're relying on someone to come in and to deliver an apology, to say, I wronged you, I should have been there, you lost the game. Whenever you make your healing dependent on someone else to come in and say something, you lost the game. Because they may not do that. Excuse me. And sometimes they may not do it until you already like have that closure for yourself. And then they're going to be coming in to get closure for themselves, right? Because at the end of the day, what happened. And if you're dealing with a certain type of person, they may be like, well, I was just doing this to get closure for myself. I just needed to recognize, or I needed to acknowledge this to you, but I don't need you to accept my apology. I don't need you to forgive me. I just need to acknowledge that this is how I was wrong so I can move forward for me. And me moving forward ain't got nothing to do with you accepting my apology. So you may be harboring some kind of ill feeling and some kind of ill will towards someone else out of spite. Then if they do come back, you may try to like with this swords energy in reverse, you may try to like hurt their feelings, but at the end of the day, it's like they're unbothered and they're unfazed. They don't like it's like they care because it's like my therapist told me to acknowledge this, but I still don't too much care, you know, because it's true. Oh, well, there you go. Mine was about siblings, so hey, and it was also religious. My South Node is in Gemini, and my North Node is in Sagittarius. And Sagittarius can be very religious. And maybe that's a link right there. I don't know. I don't know. I was like, I can't believe you gonna like leave the family for some girl. He left for that woman and he changed up the whole game. I was like, wow. Oh wow, that's too much. So I just got a whole bunch of I'll take these three. Sure, why not? Four of Cups, Three of Swords, Seven of Pentacles. Hey, we got two sevens. 4, 3, 7, and a 7. Sitting on top of Thanatos. So this Three of Swords energy is keeping you reserved, and it's keeping you planting bad seeds. Honestly, that's what it's coming out. It's like you're continuously planting bad seeds. The seed of all seeds is in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles is in reverse. That's the nectar. It's like you're being enticed by this, by something, and then that's this devil in reverse. I don't necessarily depending on where you are in this situation, this devil in reverse could you just be like stuck. It ain't necessarily, oh yeah, this devil is behind you. All of these cards are in reverse. Everything is in reverse except the Seven of Pentacles, the Three of Swords, and the Four of Cups. And they're all sitting on top of Thanatos. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Pentacles in reverse. You can't receive what it is that you want because you're not giving something equivalent. All that Sagittarius energy with the South Node. Were you a cheater or did you break hearts? It's possible. I'm a heartbreaker. Or she's a heartbreaker. Okay. So the sense of self again is the hangman in reverse and the chariot. The hangman in reverse and the chariot, that's the energy of somebody who can't slow down. Because if they slow down, if they stop for a second, their mind will start to wander to things that they don't want it to wander to. And so, since they've never taken a moment to themselves to really truly be with themselves, they don't know themselves. That's the self in reverse. I feel like someone's never really given themselves an opportunity to get to know themselves because they're so busy moving, just moving all the time. And then when you do sit back and reflect, it's like you blame other people. Late night rambling. IDK, who knows? Oh, wait. I mean, true, but at the same time, oh, I can't even remember what I was about to say. I don't even remember what I was about to say. Sagittarian energy, yeah, because it's around the South Node, and the South Node is where you're coming from. Or maybe it's like you had like let's say like you were some kind of traveling merchant or something like that. And it's like you got your family over here when you're in this city, you got your family over there whenever you're in that city. It's because like you would go to the major ports and you would set up for a while you trade your wares and you do whatever, and you'd have a family at each port. Or maybe not, I don't know. Let's just don't don't even take it with a grain of salt. Just throw that out the window. um, but yeah, this is someone who can't be with themselves in whatever way, and you're alone. You cannot do anything but still avoid yourself. And this fault line is asking you to step back and to realize and recognize some truths about you. And I feel like this nectar, this emperor in reverse with the ace of pentacles in reverse, that's giving me the energy of like, because you owed them, oof, can I pay with anything else? Let me stop. um, this is the energy of like, I don't want to say somebody weak, but now it's like it's shifting to someone who doesn't like making decisions. And so this is the energy of someone who would like go after, or who would manifest a lot of people who are extremely controlling and maybe even abusive or narcissistic, because you need that structure so badly. You need to be told what to do. And so it's like you build all of these things that you don't even want to build. And sitting on top of Thanatos is like, it's time to dead all of that. That actually sounds like it could be true. Not finishing what I started, spreading myself out, what they call it, sowing the royal seed. I mean, hey, Genghis Khan did it, right? So many people with Genghis Khan in their DNA. I kind of want to do a bunch of these. You can go to bed whenever, but I may be up for a minute. I may be up for a minute because these are starting to get a little deep and I'm starting to get interested. And I don't know if this is like people in my life, if this is people in y'all lives, if this is y'all, if this is me, if this is whoever, but this is starting to get kind of deep and I'm low key kind of a fan. This is we slipping into Pisces hours or maybe Scorpio hours. Let me see what ascendant we in right now. I was like, is the moon in Um, I was like, is the moon in like Pisces yet? Because I'm crying today. The moon is in Capricorn. I was like, oh, well, these just my emotions then. Let's see. Where is the ascendant? The ascendant is in Capricorn, but we're almost into Aquarius ascendant. So, hey. Pluto is conjuncting the ascendant right now. That's what's going on. Pluto is conjuncting the ascendant. So that's why we're in this, like, whatever. Um, But yeah, like either this is someone who moves without conviction or someone who doesn't move on their own accord. With the hangman in reverse, that's the energy of like someone who wants so desperately to fit in that they will like shed parts of themselves. Like when I see this hangman in reverse, like this is a bat that's up at night and walking on its legs instead of flying in the dark like it's supposed to. This is someone forcing themselves into situations that they don't naturally sort of like belong in or thrive in. And that's why the self is reversed. But the fault line is saying it's time for that to change. Thanatos is saying it's time to dead all of that and ain't no going back. That is the the unresurrectable ending. Like you need to close this chapter and never go back. Because you're just leaving yourself closed off and you're planting nothing but bad seeds. Maybe this is in the past. This could be in the past. Several ties. Could be in one lifetime or many. Could be many. It's like you have all these ties across all of these lifetimes. And it'd be interesting if, like, you had a tie in this lifetime, a tie in that lifetime, a tie in this other lifetime, and now in this lifetime, for some reason, everybody that you had ties with came together. And you're like, what? I've never been like in the same space with all of these people at once before. I had a few cycles with that person and a few cycles with this person and way too many cycles with that other person, but I never learned. And now they're all here. Oh my gosh. How am I gonna function? And then they all come up like, what's up? It's like I don't know if you ever watched She's Gotta Have It on Netflix, but it's kind of like She's Gotta Have It. I actually love that show. It was so good. Mars, though, I was like, I guess he was funny. But then the other dude was like, and Jamie was kind of like, hmm. I don't know if you've ever seen She's Gotta Have It on Netflix, Miyoshi, but you might enjoy it. You might enjoy it. Um, I know Spike Lee directed it, but either way, someone's being called to claim their own truth and to move forward with it. What is the divine doing? Where is the divine? Maybe I should pull the angels for guidance. What is divine? How is the divine helping? How is the divine helping? Is the divine just on standby? Is the divine just watching this all go down? Is this the past, the present, and the future? Angels, where y'all at? What was that? Mother of Cups. Father of Wands and the Moon at the bottom. Oh, and the Empress. Father of Wands, the Moon, and the Empress at the bottom of the deck. And the Mother of Pentacles is right here as well. With the Sun card in reverse. And that Justice card upright. Followed by, so the Mother of Swords is in reverse. But the Mother of Pentacles is upright. So that could be somebody. And again, Maybe this emperor had money. Maybe this emperor got money, and that's what's keeping somebody in this situation. Or somebody, that's like somebody's sense of self worth is off. And because their sense of self worth is off, they're going after something that if they were in another state, they wouldn't go after. It's almost the energy of like, if I really loved myself, I wouldn't even give you a second thought. But I don't. So what are you doing later? Top of the deck. Is the lovers in reverse? No, the lovers is upright. There's the lovers. That's about choices, though. Choices. Oh, you saw the movie? I never saw the movie. I didn't even know there was a movie until my friend told me it was based on a movie. I was like, what? And then she was like, yeah, I want to see the movie before I watch the show on Netflix. But she never watched the movie, so she never watched the show on Netflix. Um, all of these are at night. I asked how the I asked how the divine is helping, and look at this. All of these cards are in the dark. Every single one. We see the moon twice. The moon and the moon and the moon and the Empress. And then the intuition of the Mother of Cups. But this Father of Wands is also in the dark. Oh, they got to keep the game fair. So it's like the divine is trying to help you out, but at the same time, you also got temptation coming in. This Father of Wands is like, yeah, but my stick real big though, and I know you like that. Somebody might lay good pipe low key, and you just like, ooh. See, when somebody got a big stick, it's like they can reach the top shelf. You know what I mean? Sometimes, especially if you're a little short, you need somebody who can reach the top shelf. And I feel like this King of Wands could reach the top shelf, but that Emperor is in reverse, attached to this Ace of Pentacles in reverse. That's just somebody who you can't practically build with. And someone who also may be like really controlling and manipulative. But I feel like that controlling part of whoever this is feeds some sort of false sense of whatever here. Right. And that doesn't even necessarily have to be sexual, right? That could be anything. That could be like whatever you desire, this person has it in spades. Like whatever you want, they got it. And they have a lot of it, right? That could be money, that could be, athletic performance, athletic ability, that could be whatever. I mean, if it were easy to leave, it wouldn't be a challenge, right? But Thanatos is saying that something needs. So Thanatos is actually sitting where the dead end was sitting. Is this different though? I feel like this is different. It's a different sort of story with the same kind of sort of outcome. I mean, it's a spot that a lot of folks are probably reaching right now. I mean, we're all sort of quarantined. We're all in this position to be looking at different things that don't really work out in our lives. I'm actually going to be switching up decks, but I'm going to keep this going. What other deck could I use though for oracles? I want to pull out the Pride Tarot. I want to switch tarot decks. I'm gonna use the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha and the Pride Tarot because hopefully they'll give me something lighter. It's not that these are necessarily dark, but there is like it's like you're on this path. You're at this point. You're standing on ice. You're on thin ice right now, and that ice needs to break. But there's a part of the self that would see that not happen. Oh wow! So the Emperor showed up again in reverse. No, wait, actually, maybe not. Queen of Swords, or the Princess, the Daughter of Swords upright. She been the only sword person upright this whole time, and then all of these cards that I just put back in the deck. So the Daughter of Swords is the one who actually flipped over. And the Daughter of Swords is saying, why not try that one thing? It's almost like there's a failsafe. Like there's a surefire way. If you want to get over anybody, this is what you do. But only do this if you're absolutely sure that you're never ever gonna want to talk to this person again. And you're like, wow, never ever. Oof, I don't know about that. Like, what if they change? And then the Daughter of Swords is like, are you ready to do that thing yet? And you're like, oh, I don't know. Like, maybe this person will change, or they weren't that bad. And the Daughter of Swords is like, well, if you need somebody cut out, I can cut out people in a way that the older folks can't. Because the older folks be like, you shouldn't use that. That's too permanent. And you just be like, Thanatos is like, you may have to listen to her on this one because this person ain't got no space in your life. The situation ain't got no space in your life. And sometimes the person that ain't got no space in your life is you in some way. And it's like, you need to put your own shadow on the ground. Or it's like, there are some parts that you need to transfer from, like, so it's like there's this Plutonian function, right? Let's say, because we all have all of the planets in our charts. And so we all have a Pluto. And we all got Scorpio somewhere. And maybe check and see what house you got Scorpio in. Maybe some transformation need to happen there. Maybe not. I don't know. Ooh, there's that King of Wands up, right? That King of Wands got all kind of people doing all kind of crazy stuff. Okay, there's that Eight of Swords coming out. Eight of Swords. Oh, that's actually interesting. Eight of Swords and the Eight of Pentacles both just came out. Bottom of the deck is the Magician card. Eight of Swords and Eight of Pentacles. This feels like a victim. It's not even victim mentality. But this is like someone's whole sense of identity is based on whatever this victimhood is. And that's kind of sort of what I was feeling when it was like, it's like, I don't want to call somebody weak, but it's like someone continuously attracts people who are narcissistic and controlling because they feel they need that element of control for some reason. Now the Moon card is showing itself because the Moon is right behind this Magician. Manifesting dark things in unknown ways and being like, why does this keep happening to me? I feel like someone's gotten like really, really good at being a victim. Someone's gotten like really, really good at shifting the blame. And whenever you shift the blame, it just don't get you where you need to be. Just don't get you there. Is this the Temple? The Temple card came out. Bottom of the deck is the Thread in reverse. That's the red thread of fate. That's the energy of something that feels destined, but it's not. It's destined to happen, but it's not destined to stay. Because if you would consecrate yourself and make your space holy, then the verdancy, is that a word? The verdancy of your, it's like things would grow so quickly and so lushly around you that it would like crowd that person out just kind of sort of naturally. It's like I believe I've never actually I've never actually watched Sleeping Beauty, but I believe the story goes that Aurora goes to sleep, and then the brambles pop up around the castle or wherever she locked up at, right? And it's almost like a very similar energy to that. It's like if you were in the space that you needed to be in, you would be so abundant, but it's not even abundant, but you would be so in that energy that like the overgrowth would just naturally block something like that out. So to keep something like that in your space is preventing it from coming in. I promise that box is a square. And for some reason it just go in the box one way, but it don't want to go in the box another way. I may be up all night shooting until I fall asleep, just pulling cards and talking to myself. Hey, I may just be tapping into the collective of everybody. People who ain't even here right now. Y'all want the tea on somebody that you don't even know? Let's do it. Let me stop. Tell me what Bob is doing over in Saginaw. Saginaw, is that a place? Hey Siri, where is Saginaw? Is that a county? Saginaw County? What is Saginaw? Saginaw. I know Sangamon County. Oh, Saginaw. I need to be going to bed soon. I need to stop. No. Just stick to the stuff you know. Nah, I'm done with that. Okay, we're gonna lighten things up a little bit, hopefully, with Lord Ganesha. I wish I had a little singing bowl or a gong where I could clear the aura. We're gonna clear the energy, and then we're going to proceed in a different direction. Nice. Or I could just change up the energy. We're tapping into a different frequency. Let's set the dial on high vibe. Let's set the dial on love with an intersection of light and some truth that we can shed on these situations, and some peace and just all around like centered vibes. Like, let's call ourselves back to our centers. I'm actually gonna use the the Archangel Power cards. I was gonna use the Pride Tarot, but I'm feeling called to the Archangel Power cards now, so we're gonna be grabbing those instead. Actually, I won't be. Yeah, I'll do both. I can't wait to get a place, man, where I can just have these all out, and I ain't gotta be reaching down here. I want to put these all upright real quick though, because I'm not. This don't work for me as a deck with reversals. If you want me. Why did that I'm your genie in a bottle just pop into my head? I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. You gotta rub me the right way. So I ain't touching it. You better rub yourself. Let me stop. The coffins. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I'm just catching a vibe, just going with it, man. Life is wild. Life is crazy. Nothing that I planned worked. And it's not even that it didn't work. It's just I'm realizing that the impact is what I want to have more than anything. I want to do something that's fulfilling and impactful. But the path I was on, I don't know if that's it. It ain't feeling like it's it. It's like, I don't know if that's it for me, you know? But I do still want to do something, I gotta do something. Gotta make money. I mean, I know that it's gonna be revealed to me. Uh, I just have to keep my. Oh, what is this? The Chariot card just flipped over. Is that my mother? Mommy, is that you? That is my mom. Girl, it ain't even the 12th yet. No. They said shipping the 12th to June. Today is the 11th now. I ain't got no updates. One moment, please. I mean, some of them ships, but they ain't getting delivered. One second. They all say arriving May 12th to June 3. All right. This song is called The Ballad of the Salad. Ever since the day I was born, I've always loved my mom's fried corn. Okay, these are all up right now. Yeah, so feel free to go to bed whenever you're going to bed, Miyoshi. I mean, I'm gonna be going to bed eventually, but I don't sleep no more. I don't know what's going on in these energies, but they ain't letting me get no sleep. I haven't been extremely tired, but I have been like laying in the bed just trying to get some sleep, you know? Just like, can I please get some sleep? Because that'd be great. Okay, what is that? Raphael. Ooh, the Ace of Raphael. With new beginnings at the bottom of the deck. I'm already loving these cards. So if you're on a higher timeline, or if you've done your work, then prepare for brand new beginnings and the space of connection. Prepare for your connections to be deeper. Prepare to connect to people on a deeper level, and also prepare yourself for the things that get revealed to you, because people hold a lot and they hold a lot within themselves. And sometimes when you're connecting to people, especially in dreams or on the astral planes, you don't know what aspect of that person you're going to find or come across. So be prepared for that. And you have to meet those sides with unconditional love and without judgment. Because it's like, especially depending on the dynamic, you're not being shown those sides of those people to place judgment on them, because, you know, we're not judges. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that's something to look forward to. The Seven of Ariel. Okay, what you about? Seven of Ariel says, you have invested wisely. Have patience and wait for the harvest. Review your progress and make plans for your next endeavor. Bottom of the deck is the Four of Ariel. Four of Ariel says, when you give, you also receive. Being resistant to change and extremes in how you save or spend money. When you give, you also receive. And the Four of Ariel is the energy of the Four of Pentacles. I'm going to need another water. It did. It said that. It said that's just how it worked. Because usually the Four of Pentacles is someone who's very selfish and someone who's very reserved. Now, the shadow of that energy could be um, I'm just gonna read the blurbs for the Whispers of Lord Ganesha. I'm not gonna read the full thing because my eyes, and it's too late. It's too late. My eyes is already starting to burn. But typically, the Four of Pentacles is someone who is hoarding or really holding on to something. And it's like when you hold on to anything that tightly, you don't leave room to be further blessed. Oh, these cards are so good. Right? It's like imagine if you had a limited inventory. It's like a video game, right? Sometimes where you have limited inventory. So imagine you can only hold on to 3 things. Now, if you hang on to dear life, the 3 things that you already have, how are you going to pick up anything better? How are you going to get anything new? How are you going to receive when you're so close? Right? The Bible don't say, but the Bible said a closed heart don't get filled. I think it actually says a closed mouth doesn't get fed, but a closed heart don't get filled either. You know? Lord Ganesha, what is your message? Promise of the future. Number 8. So the 7 of Ariel and the number 8. Promise of the future. I love this. Like I already said, I love this. I love this. Yeah, those cards may be a little karmic, so I might have to sleep on them for a minute. Number 8. Promise of the future. The blurb here is rest assured something new is on the horizon. I love that. And last but not least, I'm going to grab the Pride Tarot because I love this deck. I love all of my decks except the Mystic Mondays. I'm still connecting to that deck. I love a lot of my decks. I mean, hey, I used to say I don't like the Witch's Tarot. Now the Witch's Tarot is one of my favorites. So I come into these different phases where I'll get heavy into using the deck. And when I get heavy into using them, I'll really get a feel for the vibe that they give me. It's like as soon as I got this deck, I was like, okay, this deck is all about human experiences. What is this? The Nine of Swords? The Nine of Swords. Girl, how we go to the Nine of Swords? Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Pentacles. Nine of Swords and the Queen of Pentacles. I ain't taking that. The Nine of Swords, there's like, that's somebody walking through the forest and she looked like a ghost. She's so gaunt. It's like, girl, wake up. Like, life isn't a nightmare that you have to walk through, that you can't wake up from. Life can be a dream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Keep on rowing that boat. You know what I mean? Now, to counter that Nine of Pentacles, or that Nine of Swords, we're going to, well, I'll just take this card. The King of Cups. Love it. Bottom of the deck is the Two of Cups. Okay, all right. I like that story a lot better. All right, how am I going to do this? I'll start with the Pride Tarot. Actually, I'll put the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha down first. Then I'll put the Archangel Power cards on top. And then I'll pull Pride Tarot. I'll make this a little interactive part of the video. So I'm going to do 3 piles. And I'm not timestamping this because I'm going to bed. And I know this is my Hierophant channel. And I'm supposed to be a little bit more... I'm supposed to be putting a little bit more effort into my stuff over here. But I'm also supposed to be a little bit more real over here too. And real me tonight is like I'm tired and I'm not doing it. Let me stop. I'm just like, slipping into my own energy right now. Connecting to my own higher self. You know what I mean? We all got one. Some people never see theirs or meet theirs or really engage with theirs because they're more focused on other things. But we have a higher self, right? I mean, we have to. We listen to spirit, You gotta have some means of communication, some line, some kind of liaison, right? Think of it kind of sort of as a liaison, maybe sometimes. Um, and if your higher self is resourceful, it can put you in contact with all kinds of people. I mean, people, spirits, hopefully those of high variety, but there are some lower spirits, I guess, who have some kind of functionality as long as you ain't, as long as, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know what that's about, honestly, but I feel like it wouldn't be right to call them all bad. Now, I would be like, cautious for sure. It's like some people try to mess with some stuff, don't know what they messing with, and then they just mess everything up. All right, let's start. So, first card out. No, not that one. This is the first card out. This is the second card out. This is the third card. 3 piles. I'm going to go with pile number 2. I'm calling it out. Bottom of the deck is decision. Decision is number 31. And let me open this up so I can actually set these in here. Actually, give me one moment. I should have cleared the space first, but I didn't. Whoa, now look at that. I have so much more room. I feel like that's one thing I don't do enough of. Maybe that's what I'll do next. Because I feel like I am pretty intuitive. And I love the cards as a sort of buffer. Because I don't necessarily want to be directly connected to a lot of people energy. Especially when you put in like collectives, and it was like I don't know what's going on in a collective. Especially nowadays, I don't know what's going on in that collective. So I love cards as a sort of buffer between like my energy and other people's energies. But I do want to like at least practice more not using them. So you don't always need them. They're just a tool, right? Just like calculators. I want to learn how to do the math mentally, get better at it, exercise it. It's a muscle. Okay, I'm gonna do 2. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna do some more. What is this? What's happening tonight? I don't know, but I'm going with it. 1, 2, 3. Bottom of this deck is perspective, number 12. So we have decision and perspective. That immediately calls to mind what I was saying earlier about sometimes it's not the decision that you make. Ooh, I'm trying to get the hiccups. I ain't got time for that. It's like sometimes it's not the decision that you make, but it's the motivations behind why you made that decision. Sometimes. $31. Decision. The blurb for decision is consider all of your options to make an informed choice. Ooh. And then we have perspective. And now I'm going to pull 3 cards, I guess. I'm pulling 3 of the Pride Tarot cards. It's going to be 3 Pride Tarots, 2 Angels, and 1 Ganesha. And I'm going to do top, middle, bottom. So I'll give this a cut. Top, middle, bottom. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna need another water. I ain't trying to drink too much water because I'm gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, no, that's the cut. So the top, middle. Who that is not even the middle, but I'll take it, and bottom. And then we'll do the last one. That did not shuffle. The cut. I got lazy on that cut. Top. Oh no, that's not the strength card. I was like, I want to switch middle and bottom. Oh wow. Okay, so 3 piles on the table. 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna start with number 3. I chose number 2, but we're gonna start with number 3 because I like these cards the best. So we have the Knight of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the World card. The Knight of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the World card. This Knight of Pentacles is very fluid. This is Atlantean. Atlantean technology apparently, supposedly, was like off the chain. But some folks would say that the fall of Atlantis is that they were lacking in heart. It was a masculine dominated society, right? I've heard it. Then the Page of Wands, and then the World card. I feel like one of the major sort of energies around this is learning to let go of hesitation and learning to move without fear. I feel like with this night of, or maybe it's like learning to not overthink and overanalyze everything and to just move sometimes. I feel like the Knight of Pentacles isn't necessarily bad, but it's like slower than it could be. The World card is out, which means that something needs to change. This chapter, the page needs to turn so we can open a brand new chapter. But it's also like we're pinning the last few lines of this chapter at the same time. And when you move from chapter to chapter, a lot of times, especially when you are, a person, a living, breathing person, there is this space of continuity has to be maintained. And so there's a transition, right? And so, like when you're ending one chapter and you're beginning another chapter, there's like this flow. Unless you start a new chapter after a period of time, or if the setting shifts, if the perspective shifts or changes. So there are some situations where you can sort of break that continuity and not have to suffer too much of any consequence, right? And so I'm actually kind of sort of now I'm getting that vibe from this. It's like you sort of have a choice to Knight of Pentacles your way to a new beginning, or you could just Page of Wands it. Because sometimes depending on the story that you're telling, if you tell the story from a perspective that the audience has to figure it out, then it's okay to sort of have those jumps, right? Because it's like, let's say there's a movie or a show or whatever where they start at the end of the episode and then they go, 3 months earlier, right? And then they go catch you up to the beginning and then you proceed forward. It's almost like there's an ability to kind of sort of make a little bit more of a leap here if you so choose. And I feel like they're kind of sort of asking you to make that leap because it's like you can jump over a few hurdles that you wouldn't even necessarily have to go through. Let's see what the messages are. Oh, wow. 2 majors. I knew I liked this. I wish I chose Pop 3. The Sun and Divine Guidance, the Hierophant. This is Archangels Uriel and Sandalphon. Shout out to Sandalphon. Sandalphon is the angel of new beginnings. Sandalphon came out the other day. But Sandalphon brings with it, it brings hope, but Sandalphon also brings fear because it is that new beginning. It is that new chapter, right? It's the unknown. And a lot of times we as people, we get really uncomfortable whenever things are unknown. And so it says the search for meaning in life, consider an alternative approach and surround yourself with wise teachers or friends. And then also, life is wonderful. Thrive through the power of positive thinking and inspiring success. So, what did I say? I said, it's like it's time to move forward without hesitation and without fear. It's time to take leaps or you can take leaps. Because between the sun and the Hierophant card, I feel like that's like switching to solar power, right? And when you switch to solar power, the only thing you have to worry about is making sure you have enough sun, right? Because I was watching YouTube ads again, and there's an ad for some kind of program or whatever for people in Illinois to switch to solar. And the dude was like, solar isn't for you if your electric bill is like $40 or less a month. But if it's like more than 40, solar is probably for you. But also, if you live in a heavily wooded area, you probably don't want to switch to solar because, trees block light and you're not going to get a lot of energy. You're not going to get a lot of power. Now, the thing or one of the drawbacks to solar power is that we don't really have a way to store that energy, right? And I only know that because I talked to someone who did Tripoli, I think. She was like in environmental engineering. Um, and she was like, yeah, like solar power is like huge, but we don't really have a way to store that power. So it's like if you don't use it whenever you have it, you kind of sort of lose it. But I feel like with the Hierophant card here in the space of divine guidance, it's like that is creating, like the way I first saw it is like you're creating a structure for the sun. But I was like, that doesn't make sense. What is you're creating the structure for sun mean? You're making a battery that can store the power of the sun. And so you are the battery. We are the batteries, right? We are that which can hold the light whenever we are of light enough. When we're light enough, we can hold the light, right? And so it's like, I don't know how to say this, but it's like basically when you shine in the darkness, you can shine with the divine light if you can hold that divine light. And it's like the darker it is, the more that divinity is called from you, right? But that's like privilege. That's something that you have to earn. And that is something granted and something gifted. If you chose Pathway, it might be gifted to you. Um, in some other ways, I feel like this could be very fortunate. If there is something that you've been working on for a while, maybe you'll get a new, like a second wind, a burst of creativity, inspiration. Maybe there's something you've wanted to do for a long time. You haven't had the motivation to do it, or you haven't quite known how to go about it. This could be a brand new idea, a certain inspiration that it's like, wait, I could do it that way. And then you do it that way and it works out, right? Because that Hierophant energy is all about, It's sort of like channeling and grounding, more or less. Um, just like channeling that information and then grounding it in structure, grounding it in scripture, grounding it and putting it in a form that could be easily or more easily spread, right? Now, the card from the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha is Sustenance, card number 7. Sustenance, this is related to the solar plexus chakra, and you got the sun right here along with the Hierophant. Taurus rules the Hierophant. Now, Taurus doesn't rule the stomach, but y'all know Taurus like to eat. So, hey, um, sustenance. This is like renewable energy. Excuse me. Oh, look, I opened right to it. Sustenance. It says, enjoy the nourishment that life can give you. And then you have the sun right here. This is basically, it's saying like be a plant, honestly, right? Because the way that plants have basically 2 cycles. They have a night cycle and a dark cycle. And plants are one of the sort of organisms, a lot of organisms that um, operate off of sunlight. What they do is they use sunlight to turn gas into sugar. I believe it's gas because you start with, like, is it like carbon dioxide and stuff like that? That's why they take in carbon dioxide. And you basically chain like carbon dioxide and some other stuff together to make sugars, right? Um, so, like glucose, fructose, a lot of those are what, C6H12O6. So you have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and that makes it sugar. So if you get some CO2 gas and you get some water, you have carbon, you have oxygen, you have hydrogen. And so in the daylight, they get energy from the sun, and they use that energy from the sun to create these bonds and to create these structures. They basically harness the energy of the sun, form the sugar that we eat, that they eat at night, or other animals eat, like, right? Because the grass is the base of the food chain, and then you have the animals that eat the grass, and then you got the animals that eat the animals. Um, and so the plants, that's what they're all about. They're all about taking the energy from the sun, taking the energy from the air, and in some ways, it's about turning waste and turning things that other people can't use into something that they can use, right? And so it also comes with this sort of alchemical energy, um, but also a little bit of the hangman energy at the same time. So that's like temperance and the hangman. And the hangman comes in, it's like, because like they take in CO2 and then they release O2, right? Because between CO2 gas, you have 1 carbon and 2 oxygens. And then when you get a water, you have 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. And in sugars, a lot of basic sugars, it's a 1-2-1, like 1 carbon, 1 oxygen, 2 hydrogens. You already have 3 hydrogens, right? Or you already have 3 oxygens. You have 2 oxygens from CO2 and 1 oxygen from water. And so you release oxygen gas. And that's what we breathe in, and then we exhale the CO2. Anyway, I don't know why I be getting or try to be getting so scientific sometimes. But this is like very plant energy. This is like whenever someone's like, I'm a breatharian, I live off of the love and light of the universe. I don't need food, I don't need to eat. But this is kind of sort of that energy. But it's like whenever you're living off of the energy of the universe, when you live off of sunlight, you don't have to worry about when your next meal comes, right? Because as soon as the sun comes up, you're going to eat again. And so I feel like that's why I feel like there's a lot of worry about how am I going to do this and how am I going to do that. And the divine is like, you know what? We got you. We'll cover you. Do whatever you feel divinely inspired and led to do, and allow us to take care of all of the worries. Now, this path requires an immense level of trust because I feel like you can't really move like this if you're super materialistically focused. Um, But with this world card, I'm feeling it as like a great challenge, right? To elevate yourself in whatever level. I'm loving these so much more. Okay, that's the first one. On the second one, we have the Knight of Cups, the Seven of Swords, and this Ace of Wands. Knight of Cups, Seven of Swords, Ace of Wands. I feel like this Knight of Cups could be an emissary of spirit. And it may be telling you to get out. Like it's time to cut your losses and it's time to move on. Because if you can't be comfortable in the space that you're in, you're never going to allow yourself to grow and you're never going to allow yourself to flourish. You can't flourish if you're constantly on the defensive. And with this Ace of Wands, I feel like that is I don't know why the word burgoyning. Let me see. I think it may be burgoyning. Burgoyning may be the word I want. Define burgoyning.
Burgoyne. John means.
Define burgoyning.
Burgoyne.
Not
John means. 1722 to
don't say it like
1792.
that. John means. See, y'all see how Siri be catching attitude sometimes? Is that how you pronounce it? Burgeoning. Burgeon. Burgeoning? Ew, I like burgoyning better. Begin to grow or increase rapidly. Flourish. Yeah. So it was spelled in my brain the right way. I guess I've never heard anyone actually say it, so and I've heard like Burgoyne before, so I was like, is that Burgoyne? I don't like Burgeon. So there's like this burgeoning passion, right, with this Ace of Wands right here. But there's also another side to this. Because I feel like with this Seven of Swords is almost the energy of not allowing yourself to even try to be yourself in this space and in this place, right? It's just assuming that, like, whether validly or not, that the environment isn't conducive to whatever you're trying to do. But with this Knight of Cups, I just read this recently too. I'm going to read it because there was something in here that I loved, I think. Give me a moment. I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this, but I kind of want to just stay up all night, low-key. Have this like 8-hour live where I'm just rambling. Like I don't allow myself to do this enough. Oh, but I got to get to work tomorrow. So I can't just be staying up like I'm already done. Knight of Cups. Traditionally, the Knight of Cups is a figure of romance and is often seen as the suitor in the tarot deck. With his feet set firmly within the realm of emotions, he is empathic, tender, and passionate. This is a man who wears his heart on his sleeve and makes decisions based on how he feels. The swallow carries a love letter in its beak, symbolizing messages of romance and caring. The Knight of Cups can suggest travel over water, which is why I have chosen to portray him as a sailor in traditional tattoo design. Combining the masculinity associated with the knights and the femininity identified with the element of water, the card suggests someone who is both active and reflective. While driven by his heart, this young man is focused, and has an eye on his future, fanciful or otherwise. Fanciful or otherwise. That means like rather real or imagined, right? And so yeah, that's kind of sort of the energy of like I was kind of sort of saying, it's like you already assume that you won't be able to do this where you are. Someone willing to cross seas, and we have these two nautical energies right here. We have this Knight of Cups depicted as a sailor, and then you have this Marine who was stealing the swords from the ship. It's like what just came to me is like, what you want and what you desire is important, but what you are sent here to do is also important. Is more important, actually. It's like what you want is important, but what you have to do is more important. The work that must be done is more important than whatever you think you have to do. We have solutions, number 14, which is temperance, and the Ace of Gabriel, which is the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands came up twice. Wow. A gift of passion, opportunity, and inspiration. The chance to do something amazing and a sense of wonder. And then the solutions. Yep. Solutions card is success that comes from objective compromise, self control, and patience, forgiving and healing energy. Compromise, self control, and patience, forgiving and healing energy. Sitting on top of this, with this Ace of Wands, an opportunity to do something new. It's almost like the situation that someone is pulling away from is another person. Could be another person. I mean, the Knight of Cups did make an appearance. Or it could stem from another person, maybe in your environment. Maybe there's someone that you feel that you have to pull away from or run away from to pursue this. Maybe you think there's like another way to read this would be like you thinking that you pursuing something that you want. Not only do you have like the passion behind it, but you also have this sort of like dreamy, it's like it calls to your heart in both ways, right? In the way of passion and in the way of love. But maybe someone feels like to pursue this is to betray something that is already there. But did this speak to compromise? I think it said compromise. Yeah. Success that comes from objective compromise, self control, and patience, and then forgiving and healing energy. Objective compromise. Objective compromise versus subjective compromise. Solutions, temperance, forgiving and healing energy. Objective compromise, what is that? I feel like objective compromise might be that, like, maybe it's like someone's like, well, if I pursue this and if I do that, then, like, that's selfish to this other person because I'm not giving them all of my energy. I'm taking a little bit of my energy for myself. And objective compromise is like, hold up, wait, that don't even make no sense. Like, it's okay for you to do something for yourself, and you're not selfish if you try to improve yourself. And I know someone was like, a lot of times people call us selfish, it's because we're not doing what they want us to do. So it's like someone else being selfish, and when you don't align with their selfish demands or desires, then you're selfish. When a lot of times what they're asking you to do isn't necessarily of benefit to you or doesn't really do anything great for you. And sometimes it's people who's like always using other people or someone who's always asking for favors, and the one time you say no, they want to call you selfish. And it's like, really, really, I'm selfish because I don't want to be at your disposal. Okay. But with this Ace of Wands being here twice, I feel like not only is it about what you want, I feel like that's desire that leads to desire. I feel like following your passions is going to take you along a route that's going to get you to see things in a different way, that's going to lead you to even more. Um, the card from Lord Ganesha here is Insight, number 26. Insight. Okay, I kind of sort of love that with solutions in that Ace of Gabriel. The blurb from Insight says, oh, I went way too far. That's number 34. There's number 29 and 26. Insight. Your inner compass knows the key to your true happiness. I love that. But there's still this energy of like, maybe someone is going to have to learn to put themselves first for the first time. And that's what the Seven of Swords is. Put your best foot forward. Put yourself first. Wow, I just lost it. It was like I'm becoming a better me. I lost it the first time, but when I tried to get it back, it was like I'm becoming a better me to be better for you, right? It's kind of sort of, I guess, how I got it back. So maybe also like maybe someone pulled away from a situation. Maybe someone pulled away from you, and it left you feeling a little exposed, vulnerable, shocked, surprised, or defenseless. Because like he's taking all of their swords, right? And if anyone attacks them on open water, they're not going to be able to defend themselves. But I just heard like, I'm becoming a better me so I can be better for you, or something like that. So then we in turn can be better together, for each other and together. And so while I do this, you should do the same. Ace of Wands is here twice. And maybe that's the objective compromise between two different people. Because it's like, I feel like subjective compromise may be like, oh, we can stay together and we can work this out and blah, blah, blah. Objective compromise is like, hey, as I am, I'm not good for you. And as you are, you're not good for you. And it's like if someone can't give you, or if someone can't reciprocate, like you continuously pouring isn't good for you, and them continuously taking isn't good for them. It's not good for either of you. And so this is like, hey, let's take a step back. Let's do all the things that we need to do separately so then we can pursue this happiness together with that insight. Honey, I'm home. Just popped into my head. It's like, wow, really? He's like, yeah, but just for a second. I forgot my lunch. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, see you when you get back. I'll have dinner ready. And so I was like, oh, never mind. But there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of fire here. The only element not represented is earth. We have fire and water in that temperance energy, Ace of Wands twice, the Knight of Cups, and the Seven of Swords. So the direction this was heading in, it's ungrounded. There's no foundation. It's like not only is this a bad foundation, it's like it's almost like foundation is absent. Like there's a mental emotional foundation, but there's no practical foundation. And love and feelings is a lot, but it's not everything. You need more than just love. Um, and that's what both of these people are sort of working towards getting. Okay. Pile number one, the Knight of Wands, the Four of Pentacles, and the Messenger. I just read this Four of Pentacles card too. I can't remember what it said. I literally just read this card the other day, like yesterday, because I saw it and I was like, I wonder what this deck says about the Four of Pentacles. I'll read it again. I know the Knight of Wands is someone who moves forward with compassion and someone who brings that compassion to areas and champions causes, maybe sometimes for people without a voice, right? The Messenger in this deck is all about, that's also Hierophant energy. Excuse me, but it's all about a consensus in some ways. Excuse me. It's all about a consensus in some ways on a personal, mental, astral, and institutional level. And it's all about, like, if something doesn't work, if something doesn't work, maybe go deeper and find out where it's rooted from, or where it's rooted, what it's rooted in. So the Four of Pentacles is represented by a dapper and slightly sinister figure seated by himself on the stage, seemingly caught in the act of juggling the currency of many lands. The figure is reminiscent of the MC in Cabaret. He is seductive and reptilian at the same time. In a similar way, the theater of money is ever attractive and repulsive. Money is something we tend to hold on to tightly, but it can really only work its magic in the world if we let go. This card is a warning that being overly controlling or possessive can limit developments or relationships. So this is this could be like someone who, like, speaks love, preaches love, but ain't got none. Really. Because they control too much. This is someone who seriously needs to, they need to open up, release, let go of control. B, they need to do some deep introspective work, because the Hierophant and this, I'm going to read it because there's a certain line where I'm like, that's what's jumping out to me now. And maybe that Knight of Wands is someone coming into, excuse me, it's like someone showing you that compassion to ignite the fire within you. The messenger asks you to question those foundations that are based on fear and submission. She asks you to run between physical and astral planes, questioning the roots of the situation and excavating the parts of it that keep you sound and allow you to breathe. The parts that rally your people and your connection to your community. The messenger asks you to lead by offering truth and elevating the voices of the unheard. This Knight of Pentacles, or this Knight of Wands, also champions the people who are unheard. She becomes an advocate for herself or for the people in need of it, right? The people without a voice. And so that message is there twice. But also, this is like, you can't be the voice of other people if you're not even the voice for yourself. You can't come in and, I mean, you can, but to some degree. But it's like, you should do all of that for yourself before you try to do it for somebody else. I feel like there's this underlying energy of someone who tries to provide for other people and to be there for other people in a very loving and caring and compassionate way. And it almost feels that, like, they go so hard for other people because they can't do it for themselves. It's like they wish they could. It's like, I wish I could love myself enough to do this, and I wish I could love myself enough to do that. But it's like, since I can't love myself, I'm going to love other people. I'm going to find somebody else to love. I'm going to find a community to love. Since no one will fight for me, I'm going to go and fight for other people, which is great. But at the same time, you should fight for yourself and you should learn to love yourself, because pouring it out and pouring it out and pouring it out isn't going to fill you up. And someone in pile one needs to fill up. The two cards here. Oh, another major. The High Priestess and the Page of Raphael. That's the Page of Cups and the High Priestess. Very watery. The Page of Raphael is gentle, loving, dreamy, and open-hearted. A new emotional situation. messages regarding relationships or social invitations, and great intuitive insights. Great intuitive insights followed by the High Priestess. Okay. High Priestess is Archangel Haniel. And it says powerful psychic insights, reflection, and meditation that provides valuable information, and be at peace. Uh, so, I'm sorry. Let me try to focus again. Great spiritual insights. With the page of Raphael, I feel like that's the energy of someone who is new to a certain level of spiritual communication, to a certain level of spiritual insight, to a spiritual relationship on a more operative isn't the word I want to say, but it's like they're learning to cooperate with spirit in a new way, in a way that may be a lot more personal, because I feel like a lot of relationship with spirit is kind of sort of impersonal. Um, right? It's like I went to spirit and I channeled this message from spirit. I asked for this from spirit. I asked for that from spirit. And it's like you're kind of sort of treating spirit as a bank more so than like a friend or someone that you would have a working relationship with, right? And it kind of, I mean, sometimes it's like, I did this and I did that and I did this and then they did this and they did that. But again, it's like the relationship can be someone is coming into a more personal relationship with spirit. And as they come into this more personal relationship with spirit, the things that they're asked to do, okay, that changes the story. Because it's like, so remember how I said on one side it was like someone's pouring out all of this, but it's like they're pouring out, but they are blocked when it comes to receiving it. But it's almost like now it's like spirit sending them on this mission. And it's kind of sort of like a missionary type vibe. But when they go and they pour out to people, it's like the people are teaching them how to open up at the same time. And so I feel like this person may have been called in a lot of situations, or they may be called to sort of give to a lot of people. There may have been some tough choices that had to be made to illuminate this person's behavior, or to illuminate things within this person that needed changing, or things within this person that needed healing. And Spirit asked them to do those things so that they would be illuminated, but it's not for them to reflect back on their actions in a way that is like negative or in a way that tears themselves down, but it's to reflect back, to recognize it, dig into it a little bit, heal it, and then to move forward. Because it's almost like if they had like controlling tendencies, it's like the reason why they act in that manner is kind of sort of being highlighted and revealed to them so that they can It's not even necessarily. It is so that they can heal it and fix it, but it's more so that they can be aware of it, right? Because sometimes we do things and we don't know why we do it. The card here is courage, number 50. Ooh, number 50. This is the highest card I've seen. Number 50, courage. So once you've done all of this healing, it's like someone went on this, I said it's like missionary work, right? So it's kind of sort of giving me like Buddha vibes, low key. It's like someone who left everything behind to find enlightenment and to seek awakening. But just like the home card in the archetypes deck, it's like you leave home to explore the world, but then at some point you also return home. And I feel like that courage card is asking someone to have the strength and the courage to go back home. And when you go back home, you talk about everything you learned, you talk about your journey, and you bring that knowledge back to the village, right? It's like you are the one who left the village to seek the knowledge, and then you come back and you teach the knowledge. Let's see what this is about. I'm gonna be going to bed at some point, but I just don't feel it right now. Courage. The warmth of your open heart can give comfort to all who cross your path. The warmth of your open heart can give courage to all who cross your path. I love how these kind of sort of just line up, especially these two. The one in the middle, what insight? Insight was also like on, but that one is really on. And like I was saying, it's like they're sending you on this journey to meet all of these people, to make these impacts and to perform these services. Because as you do it, it opens your own heart. And it may open your heart in ways that you don't even necessarily expect. And so it could be the case that like you do something that you've always done, or you do something that you've done in the past, but since your heart has been opening, maybe in the background, like you didn't even realize or notice how open your heart was getting. But it's like since your heart is open, now when you do that thing, it's gonna hurt and you're gonna feel it. And that's what's gonna trigger that sort of realization within you. It's almost like, wow, like this is what I've been doing to other people. This sucks. Or wow, I can't believe I just did like what was done to me, or something like that. It's some kind of realization like that. It's like now that your heart is more open, you'll be able to see it. Bottom of the deck was the Three of Wands. I didn't even talk about that. So that was for all of these people to move forward. I kind of want to do a few more. I don't know how long I'm going to be in here. I just don't want to go to bed yet. Low key, I was on Facebook the other day and I saw this ad for this shirt, and the ad immediately made me think of somebody. And I was like, man, I wish I could send this to that person because it was so funny. And low key, I was like, I would buy this. It was an ad for a shirt. I was like, I would buy this shirt for their mom. I was like, I would buy this shirt for their mom, like high key. Um, yeah. Okay. Ooh, now the Ten of Cups is at the bottom. I think I'm only gonna do two more of these, and then I'll do one more, and then I'll be done. Compromise. And then I'm gonna wake up in 3 hours and be exhausted. And I'm gonna record the daily bite for tomorrow, which is today now. And then I'm gonna go back to sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up and get to work. There we go. That was a good one. Excuse me. I don't know why I always do that. Bottom of this deck is Peace. 10 of Cups. Peace. I'm loving this. Loving it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Are you loving it? I'm loving all that. Every single moment. Every single second. Every single day. And now I'm gonna change my ways. And it's a part of you I never wanna lose. I'll do anything you want me to. No other way to say I need you every day. And whenever I'm alone, you say I've been thinking about you. I haven't listened to that song in a while. Alright, let's get started. I kind of want to build this one up instead. Bottom of the deck this time is Fulfillment, number 6. So I've seen 6, 7, and 8, I believe. Fulfillment actually came out the first day I used these, I think. So we're going to build from the bottom this time. And we're doing 2 piles. So I'll give this 3 shuffles. And 2 cuts. Oh, there's that 9 of Swords. I don't like you. I mean, you're fine, but trying to get some good messages today, please. Okay, so top. 7 of Swords again. Middle. I just heard the dog. The Sun. Okay. Bottom. The 3 of Wands. Sometimes pulling away is moving forward. Just popped into my mind. Or sometimes taking a step back is taking a step forward. There you go. There you go. I was like, sometimes pulling away is taking a step forward. Sometimes taking a step back is taking a step forward. Because when you take a step back, it allows you to see things as they are. And when you can see things as they are, you can see how things need to change in order to get them to continuously move forward. I feel like this is kind of sort of what that's about. All right. Cut it up. Cut a break. I want to get back into dancing. Yes, I haven't danced in a while. I did a cotillion ball in my freshman year of high school. I did it with my cousin, and we did like waltz, we did salsa, we did all kinds of dances. Top of the deck is the 5 of Swords. So we're starting out with swords on both sides. Middle of the deck is the Knight of Pentacles again. Bottom of the deck is the 7 of Wands. Oh, I didn't even say pick 1 or 2. So pick 1 or 2. This is the second round. Pick 1 or 2. The Angels and Lord Ganesha haven't come out yet. Death is what's sitting at the bottom of the deck now. Transformation. So both of these situations are going to transform. Don't pick pile 1 just because it had the sun, you know. And then I'm going to do these and I'm going to put these face down. Excuse me. But yeah, I want to get back into dance. I want to get back to moving my body. I used to dance at my church, right? And I remember one time there was like this body roll that was incorporated into the dance, but I couldn't do a body roll in a non-effeminate way, I guess. Like I was rolling like the roll was a little too fluid. I popped my butt a little too much coming out of the body roll, and she was just like, you know what, just Patrick, don't do that part. I was like, what? What am I supposed to do? uh, oh, and then when we like would do like when we would do stepping, oh, that was fun. Oh, that was so fun. I'm a pretty hippie dancer too. I like to move my hips a lot. There we go. So I'll do top and bottom. Why not? I used to be like pretty creative actually. I would dance. I mean, a lot of it was in church, but some of it was outside. I would sing. I was in musicals growing up. I took art classes. One of my art pieces made it to the little like community, whatever. And I saw one of my teachers, and she was like, "Yeah, I saw your thing." I was like, "What?" I can be a decent artist sometimes. Sometimes I struggle sometimes, but sometimes I make something worth looking at. Um, yeah, I actually have like a fairly creative side that I don't necessarily engage too much. And when I do engage it, I don't always put the amount of effort in. I kind of don't put a lot of effort into a lot of things. And there was like one time I did. One time I randomly put in effort, and my teacher was like, "Did you cheat? Or is this you?" I was like, "No, I just actually did the assignment ahead of time instead of waiting until the last minute." And like for whatever reason, I was putting like section headers and everything in that paper. It was gorgeous. I mean, I wanted it to look good, and it looked real good. And then I'm not even gonna get into it. Um, Bottom of the deck this time is the Lovers. So Archangel Raphael, if y'all see my lover out there, tell him I said what's up. And I still got mad love for you. Uh, yeah, I had this one teacher in high school who always gave me C's on papers, and I never understood why. And she was like she would always mark me down for plagiarism, and I was always so confused because first of all, I barely even read the material to write this paper. What make you think I'm gonna go read and copy something else? Like I'm gonna just like make it up, not make it up, but I can read into basically anything. Give me anything, and I can create a story out of it. Um, and she would always write me. She would always mark me off for plagiarism, and I never understood it. And because she did that, it would push me to be more and more and more creative, and it would push me to dive, or it would push me to analyze the material even more. Because I'm like, it's not like I'm copying this word for word. I don't understand what you think I'm plagiarizing. But because she would always do that, and then I guess, it kind of sort of came down to, because she would always say stuff like, I did this in college or I did that at a college level, so I know what level a high school student should write at. I like I wrote at a higher level because I was capable. It wasn't until after I graduated where I was like, she thought I was plagiarizing because of my vocabulary, I guess, and because of the way I wrote my papers. Not even realizing that every time she marked me down for plagiarism, it kind of pushed me to go even further, right? And to do even more to make sure I wasn't just copying it word for word. I'm a very, very, very flowy writer. But then I had this other teacher, my rhetoric teacher, who was I absolutely loves and who like actually read what I wrote, right? But I guess the point of that story is that like people would put limitations on you based on where they expect you to be. I'm gonna do this as the top and this as the bottom because I'm only taking one card of these for each. And she would always say, like, I know what level of high schoolers should write at. I know what level of high schoolers should write at. I was like, girl, well, obviously you don't know me. She was one of my favorite teachers too. It's tragic. Beginnings, number one at the bottom of the deck. I love that. Even my math teacher. Stereotypes are so wild, y'all, especially when it comes to education and teachers. I'm really good at math. I'm pretty good at math. I mean, I am an engineer. Almost. So I'm pretty good at math. And in the 8th grade, we took a placement test for high school to see what math we would get placed at. She was like, I missed class one day, and so I had to take it after school the next day or something like that. She was like, yeah, I haven't checked the answers yet, but it doesn't look like you did that well. Turns out I only missed like 1 or 2 problems. I did very well, but she just assumed for some reason that I didn't do well. Now, to be fair, I struggled in her class when I first got in it because that was the first year. So that had to be 7th grade because that was the first year I got into the advanced classes, and she didn't really teach in a way that I could learn, and I could teach myself. Like, I taught myself algebra basically in like elementary school because my mom has a college math book here, and I taught myself how to read before kindergarten because my mom got me into Hooked on Phonics. And once I learned how to read using Hooked on Phonics, I found out that I can learn pretty much anything by reading the book, even if the book is like complicated. If I read the book, I can understand it. One of my gifts is understanding, I guess. Not I guess. It's kind of shown itself to be understanding, one of my gifts. Um, and so, like, that's another reason why I was like, I know I'm not going to get put in like pre-algebra or whatever because I've known algebra for a long time. Like, I would read when my mom re-enrolled, I would read her textbooks and help her in her math classes. I was like, I'm already doing math that's more advanced than what you're teaching me. So ain't no way I didn't do well on this. And I did pretty well. Why am I talking about this? I don't know. Maybe it'll come up. Um, but yeah, she has this book here, and it blew my mind. I remember being like 3rd or 4th grade, maybe. No, I think it was 5th grade because it was in Miss Unzicker's class. I'm pretty sure. And I was like, "Did y'all know about negative numbers?" Like, no, maybe it was before 5th grade. Well, I don't know because you don't learn negative numbers until like 6th, 7th, or 8th, maybe. Because in 3rd grade we did multiplication and division. 4th grade is when you start to get into long division. I don't remember. I remember when I found out about negative numbers, I was like, they say that you can't subtract like 3 or you can't subtract 5 from 3, but you can. You get -2. Did y'all know about negative numbers? Like, that's wild. And that's another thing though, especially about math. I feel like math is a lot of you can't do this. Like, when you first start learning math, they're like, you can't subtract a bigger number from a smaller number. And then they teach you about negative numbers, right? And it's like, you can't do this and you can't do that. But then they teach you how to do it. And even when you get like higher up, right? It's like, hey, here's this super complicated, long and drawn out way to do this. And then in the next class or a few classes later, it's like, okay, here's an easier or quicker way to do that. And you're like, what? Why didn't we just learn that way? And they're like, it's the principle, right? And so there's this, not only is there a limit to the information that gets put out there for you to learn, but also since that limit is there, there's this inherent and implicit bias of what you should be able to perform at because of the limitations on the information that is given to you, right? And they never account for, I don't know, like libraries exist. I remember when I used to read, I used to love to read, but I can also be very competitive. And one year, somebody got a library card and he read more books than me. And that's the last time that I enjoyed reading, when I didn't read the most books in my class because I had read all the books in the library. I don't know if y'all had accelerated reading AR, but it's like you read a book, it's assigned points, you get a certain amount of points in a semester, and the books are in a certain difficulty range depending on how they're written, right? And it was like I had already read all the books at my level, especially the ones that interested me. And I was like, ain't nothing else to really read. And so here he came with his library card, and I'm like, what? He got more books than me? Okay, I'm done. Reading's for the birds. And then I got a Nintendo after that, and it was all about Glover, even though Glover was really hard. Okay, so I'm going to start with number 1 first. So we have the Three of Wands waiting for ships to come in, the Sun, and the Seven of Swords. I feel like this is like, be the light that you wish to see in the world, is what just came to me. Be the light that you wish to. Wait, I didn't pick one. I chose 2 last time, so I guess I have to default to 1 because I don't want to choose 2 again, right? I do love that Knight of Pentacles, though. I'm going with 2 again, sorry. But it's like, I feel like a lot of times we feel a moment of greatness, or we feel something on the horizon, we push it off. It's like, I can't do that here. I can't do that as I am. I need more. I need to be in a different space or something. But I feel like this card is saying, like, you can shine where you are. You don't need to wait for anything. You can start now. You can call it in now. You can get pieces of it now. You can manifest now and build up to later. Because you have to start somewhere. Why not start where you are? I also feel like, I don't know what's going to come out later, but on this side, I feel like there's a need for somebody to open up. With the Seven of Swords, I feel like in the Seven of Swords again, he stole all of the swords from them. And I feel like this is someone who did something to make themselves invulnerable. But if you're invulnerable, you limit what you're able to feel and what you're able to experience. And so now it's like he has to go back and give those people their swords. And it's like, they might cut you, but if they do, you won't bleed because it won't pierce your skin anymore. You got thicker skin, you got tougher skin. You're built on more solid and more firm foundation. It's okay to trust, and it's okay to love, and it's okay to be open to love, right? Because a lot of times giving love and receiving love can hit people differently, right? Especially people who sort of always been taken advantage of. It's like they naturally become givers, but they may not be used to receiving. And so whenever they really receive for the first time, it puts them in a space to question things, is what I'll say. But it's like, yeah, I feel like there are a lot of ways that someone may have steeled their heart, but the Sun card is asking you to be open to it, to give them their swords back. And the Sun card is also asking for you to be you in all of your glory, in every shade, in every color, and to never dim your light again. And I feel like it's understandable to feel nervous in new situations. And it's not that you necessarily have to be like super wild and crazy and all out there all the time, right? You ain't got to let it all hang out all the time. But it's to not feel the need to put yourself in a box. And it's to not feel the need to hide yourself away. because you never know who's looking for what, right? Because let's say that you're an athlete or an aspiring actor, an artist, some kind of creative, or you're just a regular person living your life, right? You never know who's in your environment, right? You never know if there's a scout, if there's an agent, if there's a whoever that may come across you one day and may be like, wow, like, hey, this may be random and this may be weird, but I'm so and so and I work for this company and this is what we do. And I've recently come across something and I think you would be perfect for it. Like, that's not going to happen if you're not being you. And you never know where your authenticity can take you, right? Like, there are so many people that I've met and that I've grown close to because they are who they are, right? And I don't necessarily get interested in a lot of people, but the people that I'm like immediately drawn to are people who are like unique and weird and quirky, but people who can be that without feeling the societal pressure to like not be, right? So regardless of how like dopey or goofy they are, I'm attracted to that authenticity. And as a child, that's something that I had always admired in people. I had always admired people who could be themselves without caring what other people think. And it's not necessarily that I like cared what people thought about me, but I'm not the most expressive all the time. And so I kind of end up being a hider, or I play a hider, even though I don't necessarily too much care about fitting in. But those are the people who I've always admired, right? And people who are like extremely bubbly, like I love people like that because I just like being in their energy. I like being around them. They bring me up, right? And I'm not one of those people that like tries to drag them down or they're like, oh, that person is always happy. Nobody's that happy. They're annoying how they're always whatever. Like, that's not me at all. I love it. But it's like when you're not being yourself, because whenever you're standing in your authenticity, you make space for someone else to stand in theirs. And whatever this is, you may have something that you're working towards. There may be a dream of yours that you would get to a lot quicker if you were yourself. Because, like I said, you never know who's watching. You never know who's watching. The Archangel Power cards are, ooh, the Queen of Gabriel, Queen of Wands, case in point, be you always, and the Eight of Ariel, which is interesting. The Eight of Ariel says a great deal of activity. So, wait, this is the Eight of Gabriel, the Queen of Gabriel, and the Eight of Gabriel. Queen of Wands, Eight of Wands. I was like, wait, what? A great deal of activity, sudden and immediate results, and important communication. Sorry. I was like, congratulations, important congratulations. What is that? Important communication. Queen of Gabriel is passionate, charming, brilliant, independent. Agony just came to my mind from Into the Woods. Am I not passionate, charming, well mannered, considerate, blah, 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 blah. An heir to a throne, you are everything maidens could wish for. Then why though do I know the girl must be mad? You know nothing of madness till you're climbing her hair up a tower. Agony. It was basically Rapunzel's prince talking about hearing her sing in his tower, how she all beautiful, but the tower is really high and it ain't got no doors. And then it was Cinderella's prince talking about how there's this beautiful girl that he's never seen and she's the one, but every night she runs away. Right. And that's why he's like always 10 feet behind because she's running away. And then the other prince is like always 10 feet below because Rapunzel's in the tower and she's just out of reach. When the one thing you want is the only thing out of your reach, that's agony. But these cards are telling me you can't claim it if you're not you. You can see them for who they are all day long, but if they don't see you for who you are, there's going to be a mismatch. I'm not eating my cards. So yeah, the Queen of Gabriel. It says a great deal of act. Psych. Just kidding. It says you can do anything right now. Go after what you want, and the ability to attract helpful people. The ability to attract helpful people, and then you have all of this activity right here. Like I'm saying, like you never know who was watching. You never know who was right there. I don't know every celebrity story. I don't know every model story, every actress's story, every whoever, artist, and whatever. But there are some people who are out in the world just doing them, being them completely and authentically. And then they just so happen to have these chance encounters, right? These fated encounters where they come across someone who was looking for exactly them. And that becomes the start of their journey. But that journey starts by them being them. And I feel like your authenticity is going to be key to getting you whatever you're trying to manifest with that Three of Wands, to getting you wherever you're trying to go. I feel like the Three of Wands a lot of times is going beyond, right? The Two of Wands is about beginning a journey by making a choice and making a decision. The Three of Wands comes when you're kind of sort of there and maybe you've done all that you can do, right? And so you're waiting for your ship to come in to take you to the next town where you can then proceed, right, with your journey. Right? It's like, okay, on my journey, I'm at the part where I gotta cross water, so I need to wait for the ship, right? It's about going beyond. And this is claiming a life that's magical beyond your wildest dreams, but it's fueled by your authenticity. And to be truly authentic, you're gonna have to give people their swords back. You don't have to let them cut you, but you can't be so steely that you're like solid stone, right? It's like Cameron Diaz. I did an early work for the master, Cameron Diaz. And I didn't even understand what that was about. Cause he was like, did you do the monologue? And then he's like, I did an early work for the master, and I watched that thing so many times. And I think the monologue was sometimes things that are more expensive are worse. I think it was a monologue. Um, but anyway, like if you're not already famous or if you don't have connections, it's like you're not going to be. It's some actresses and actors where people say it's like, wow, their range of emotion is like two, right? It's either they're bored and unenthused or they're over it and they basically look the same. And it's like, how do like these people keep getting cast? Right? They must have really good agents because their ability, their range, it's like, oh. But I feel like that won't work for you because I don't know, there's just something magnificent about who you are. And when you can claim that with that Queen of Gabriel, Queen of Wands energy, you open yourself up for all kinds of possibilities and for all kinds of movement with that Eight of Gabriel, Eight of Wands. The card from Ganesha is Childlike Expression, which is number 12. Childlike expression. You basically got to be a kid again. But I think another thing about childlike expression, ow, ow. Another thing about childlike expression is a child can tell you what they want to be when they grow up, no matter how silly or ridiculous or impossible it is. They can tell you what they want to be when they grow up, even if what they want to be when they grow up is a dinosaur, right? And in their mind, it's possible. And it's almost like you need to reach that space again. And the environment that you're in, the people that you usually talk to, it may not be the most conducive for um, telling you to pursue your dreams, no matter how unlikely it is, right? And maybe that's that Seven of Swords. Ah, I don't know what that is. And that mask, just like, oh, it was cutting my eyeballs, man. I had to take my glasses off from Walmart. It was fogging up my glasses. It kept lighting up, like pushing my eyes. I'm like, oh, I'm over it. And another thing with this childlike expression is that I feel like children are so pure, or children desire so purely that whatever their heart is focused on, regardless of how scary it is or how unlikely it is to happen, their mind is right there. Their heart and their minds are completely aligned, and they pursue it without hesitation. And I feel like that childlike openness is what's really going to allow all of that movement to come in with the Eight of Wands. Because it's like, I feel like a child is like, hey, you want to see this like new dance move that I came up with? And like, no matter how bad it is, they're still gonna, they're still gonna give it their all, right? And I just feel like that is gonna, and then you have the Sun card. The Sun card typically depicted with the child on its back, right? Ain't no kid in this card, but that childlike expression is gonna be the key to really getting you there. Because a kid can be completely who they are. I mean, before all of the people start like bullying the child and stuff like that, or telling the kid what they can and can't be, like the kid, like they are who they are all the time, right? I feel like that's the space you need to reach, because I feel like it's really going to open a whole lot of doors once you get there, and you'll get there much, much quicker as well. Childlike expression. In truth, in truth, within every soul exists an aspect known as the inner child. That's the whole thing. I'm actually going to read more of this one because that wasn't necessarily helpful. You can champion your inner child's emotional life by listening carefully to what you need and want in your own heart. You may have been taught to give up your own desires for the sake of others. This is not necessary. Ganesha is bringing the guidance that not acknowledging your desires and needs takes away from your life force and defeats your spirit. As a child, you are a sensory expert. It is now time to re-stimulate your inner child's ability to look, listen, touch, and explore the world in order to reconnect with your emotions. Okay. In order to reconnect you with your emotions. Practice trusting your inner knowing or senses. Give your inner child love and a voice. Express your true feelings. Connect deeply to yourself on an emotional level by allowing all of your uncomfortable feelings to reach the surface of your awareness and be seen and experienced. Find patience and joy in simple things. Take a step away from acquiring material things and take pleasure in the wisdom of your own soul. Love, respect, and honor your inner child. Allow time for play in whatever mode that pleases you, be it socializing, singing, yoga, travel, taking a walk, dancing, meditation, or writing. This is how your inner child operates. It knows no boundaries, holds no expectations, and loves unconditionally. I love that. It's time to reconnect all of that. Like the book said, I already forgot what it was talking about because it's getting late and I'm about to go to bed. But everything it said, oh, it's pie time, 3:14. Everything it said was true, right? And that, if you think about it, I feel like the Queen of Wands energy is kind of sort of like that inner child, but it's more mature, right? It's not childlike or childish. But that level of just like being who they are authentically and without like anyone or without really caring what anyone like thinks about them, that's what makes them sexy, and it gives them an appeal that's like irresistible, right? Because they radiate from within that light. And it's like they radiate a light that everyone wishes they could shine. Because everyone kind of sort of wants to be themselves, right? But not everyone gives themselves permission to do that. And so people turn bitter and they get sour and they give up on their dreams and they, confine themselves to boxes, and then they punish, or not punish, but they look down upon anyone else who wouldn't fit into a box and say it's like, oh, that's unrealistic, that's childish, like it's time to grow up. People got to do things that they don't want to do. Sometimes you got to do this to make ends meet, or you got to do that to make ends meet. And it's like, not really. I'm going to hold on to my dreams, and feel free to pursue yours as well, or feel free to be content or uncontent in your misery. But just because you gave up on yours doesn't mean I'm going to give up on mine. In fact, I'm not going to give up on mine. So, but yeah, it's like everyone wishes that they could be that confident. And confidence is sexy, people say. You know? But that's this side, you know? And I feel like it's all about making it a practice, making it a habit, like it said at the end of the entry. I know I had one week over last summer, so almost a year ago now, where I had a bunch of stuff to do one day. And something told me to grab my wallet that day. And I did not grab my wallet. And I regretted it because I ended up needing my wallet later. And then I had to run back and grab my wallet. And then it caused this whole delay. And I was like, if I would have grabbed my wallet when I thought about it, I could have shortened the time on all of this. And so that led to a week of me, regardless of what my intuition told me, I would do it. I was extremely intentional about following my intuition and following my gut feeling for a week. And then the same week, I stopped watching a lot of other videos. I wasn't really into tarot too much at the time. What was I watching? What was I watching at the time? Because it's not like I was subscribed to. I was only subscribed to Art of Inspiration, Shonda Rhimes, and maybe Dolo at the time. I don't know. I just stayed off of YouTube. I mean, all of those people kind of sort of offer insight and perspective and advice, regardless of if they pull cards or not, right? But I was like, you know what? For a solid week, I'm gonna just listen to myself, and I'm gonna listen to my intuition, and I'm gonna follow that. And every now and then, I do that, especially if I feel like something new is. Oh, wait, I'm overdue. I'm way overdue. Excuse me. Especially if I feel like something unlocks within myself, then I do that. I didn't do that a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago, if not 2 months ago. But it's time to listen to self, and it's time to reconnect with self. So maybe do that a day, 2 days, maybe 3 days. Don't listen to any readings, or maybe listen to less. Follow your intuition no matter what. So if your intuition is like, let's say you're going to the store and I don't know, it's not gonna rain, but something in you is like, I should grab an umbrella. Regardless of if you're gonna need the umbrella or not, just grab the umbrella, right? I don't know. Or not. It's your life. You choose. Okay, moving on to pile two. We got the Five of Swords, Knight of Pentacles, and the Seven of Wands. This is giving me immediately, this is the energy of someone who is extremely like scared and hesitant. It's like there's this like it's dark, or there's a haunted house, or that's what they call them, right? Haunted houses? Yeah. It's like haunted house. It's like it's dark or something. There's someone who's scared, but they're gonna keep moving forward anyway. It's like I'm not gonna stop, even if I'm trembling, even if I'm like absolutely like terrified, horrified, spooked. I'm like one jump scare away from giving up the ghost and just passing out on sight. But I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna make it through this anyway. Um, it's kind of sort of that energy because the Seven of Wands stands defiantly against everything, and the Five of Swords in this deck is told from the perspective of the bullied. Right? Usually, the Five of Swords is told from the perspective of the victor, from the bully, from the person who wins at all costs. But this time, it's the victim who stands victorious over oppression and something else. I don't remember. But those are the forces that would see this person be defeated. And both of these are defiant energies. He's like, you know what? No, I'm not going to give up. I am going to fight. And then, like, she's saying the same thing. And then we have this Knight of Pentacles that is all about moving forward. And this is an Atlantean Knight of Pentacles. So this is someone moving forward with a dream that is very rooted emotionally. But it's also, this is an extremely creative energy. Because it's like, it's super watery, but it's like, it's 3D, it's concrete, right? This isn't necessarily, oh, I'm going to marry my dream person and do whatever. Like, no, this is like, I'm going to build my dream life and I'm going to make it a reality, right? Because it's the Knight of Pentacles. It's all about making something manifest, but it's a very watery Knight of Pentacles. So it could also be someone who's like spirit led, right? Someone connected to spirit and someone moving in the flow of spirit. And someone who's whole within themselves. If wholeness comes out as this Ganesha card, I might flip. But that's how I'm seeing it here. I'm not seeing these shadows as opposition. I'm seeing these shadows as like waiting to take orders. This is someone like, and look at like primarily white get up with the black glove attached to that sword. This is someone who's integrated the shadows within himself, and the shadows are waiting to take orders, right? Because once you integrate your shadow, I feel like the shadow sabotages a lot of people in ways that it feels like it will be neglected, or it doesn't think that it has a space or a place in your happiness, because a lot of times the shadow is a lot of the hurt and the pain that we leave neglected and we sort of push to the side, right? And so it's basically the darker, unheard, unseen parts of ourselves. And those parts hold all the traumas that we go through. But after we heal them, and after we listen to them, and I'm not saying listen to your shadow, like my shadow told me to go and steal bubble gum from the gas station. Like, like that's not what I'm talking about. After you heal it and after you integrate it, and it's almost listening to them in a way of like consoling and comforting them, just like you would comfort and console a friend, right? That's why earlier today I was like, I don't necessarily feel like crying. I would rather do work, but I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna acknowledge these feelings because they're valid. And it's like when your shadow has a place within you and in your future, it will also fight for that place just like the rest of you will fight, right? And so it's like your shadows are waiting for orders, standing defiant against the world. I feel like this is the energy of someone who is a united front within themselves. And since they are a united front within themselves, it gives them this like powerhouse type of energy, right? And a lot of times the shadow is the part of us that will actively manifest things against it. Will like the shadow will manifest things against the things that we're trying to actively manifest to create sort of chaos and disturbance and to slow things down. And again, it's because it doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to have a place or a space in that future, right? It's like, why would I allow you to move forward when I'm just going to continue to be neglected and forgotten about? Like, no, like, at least when you're miserable, like, I have company, right? It's like, yeah, how about let's not? And now, honestly, sometimes my shadow will be like, you know what? It's time to get over this. We're ready to be happy. Like you said, we could be happy. So, chop chop. I'm like, wow. It's so interesting though, because I feel like lately, it's like I feel my inner child there, I feel my light there, and I feel my shadow there. And you would think that with all of these aspects, kind of sort of me or of you, that the you wouldn't really have a place, but the me still has a place among those three, and maybe more aspects. I don't know. And I remember like sometimes I'd be like, "Oh, this is my shadow doing this," and my shadow would low key be like, no, that ain't me. That's just you." Because my shadow would be like, we're already like our bags are packed and we're ready to move. You're the one who's sort of going through this lesson right now, so don't try to blame it on me, pal." I was like, wow. And then I was like, my shadow doesn't care. And I was like, actually, I feel like my shadow kind of sort of corrected me because it's like my shadow is the part of me that cares the most about everything. And before I healed it, it was really hard for me to form like, or before I was on the path to healing it, it was hard for me to form like deep connections, right? Because a lot of what my shadow held, when it held the pain of sort of like this person walking away or that person leaving or this person leaving and not being able to have or maintain friends. I had a few friends who I've had for a while, but it's like it seemed like whenever I got really, really close to someone growing up, they would move away. And so my shadow sort of held all of that pain. And when I allowed my shadow to take all of that pain, it also took the part of me that really enjoyed forming connections with people. Um, And so as I began to heal it, especially over the past year now, is when I really started. I started the like relationships with non-family members, people like a year ago. Uh, that's when I was able to more easily form those connections with people. Uh, where am I going with this? I don't know. Let's just keep moving because I still got one more of these to do before I go to bed, and I'm gonna get them done. Ooh, double majors. This divine guidance came out again. Instead of the divine guidance being with the sun card, I'll give you 3 seconds to guess what the divine guidance card is with. This time, divine guidance came out with the moon. First, it was with the sun. Now it's with the moon. Is this Haniel? Yep. The moon is Archangel Haniel, also High Priestess, so it makes sense. The moon card says the opportunity to improve your plans, listen to your intuition for accurate guidance, and face your fears and grow stronger. Again, the divine guidance card says the search for meaning in life. Consider an alternative approach and surround yourself with wise teachers and friends. Consider an alternative approach and an opportunity to improve your plans. So, yeah, I feel like this energy kind of sort of speaks to that side, but maybe not. Honestly, it doesn't. I don't know why I just said that. Maybe this is just in a direction I wasn't reading this, right? So consider an alternative approach. Excuse me. I said this Knight of Pentacles was very watery, but it's also geared and aimed towards building something physical, right? Something that you can actually experience, taste, touch, smell, live in, right? Something that other people can see and that you can incorporate other people if you want to as well. Wise people, teachers, and whatever that the divine guidance said, right? But with this moon card, and like, okay, that's how I was saying it's like this Knight of Pentacles is like trembling, terrified, scared, but it's gonna move forward no matter what. I feel like the moon card is sort of emphasizing that level of trust that you're gonna have. Because with all of this like moon and like consider an alternative approach, an opportunity for your plans to improve and work out in a way that you didn't expect. There's like, you need to go with the flow with this card. And I actually love the Knight of Pentacles for going with the flow, because sometimes when you go with the flow, the current is gonna take you in all kinds of places. And I feel like the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Swords would be so focused on forward movement and reaching their destination that they wouldn't be open to the detours that are possible when you're going with the flow, right? Because the divine may call you in one area, and someone may be like, this isn't related to what I'm doing, this isn't related to what I'm doing. And it's like, okay, well, if you go over there, kind of sort of like this energy over here, right? If you go over there, you'll run into this person who knows somebody else who knows somebody else who will get you closer to where you want to go. And so you're taking this, and I said it over here, but that energy kind of sort of still applies over here. Maybe that's why I was like, yeah, this belongs over there. When I said sometimes taking a step back is taking a step forward, because it's like sometimes you need redirection in a way that you don't even know that you need redirection. But yeah, there's just this element of like allowing yourself to be guided, divine guidance, allowing yourself to be guided to whatever destination or to whatever mile marker, whatever pit stop, road stop, whatever pit stop is along your path. Excuse me. Because you never know what you're going to find, right? And that's one reason why I can look at some of the opportunities that I'm manifesting now, as amazing as they are and as excited as I would be to take them up. It's like, that doesn't feel like my path. It doesn't feel like that. But at the same time that I'm manifesting these things, I'm learning, right? So it's not just me not taking this or not taking that. It's like when it came to grad school, especially grad school overseas, I was like, wow, that's two birds with one stone, or more. But I feel like what I was supposed to learn with that is that, like, it's okay to have those. I think I already talked about it in the other video. I talked about it somewhere. Did it upload? I don't know. Yeah, I talked about it because I was like, yeah, because in the Pride Tarot, the Ten of Cups talks about impossible dreams. It's like, it's okay to have impossible dreams, and it's okay to believe in miracles. And that's what that taught me. Because that was a dream that I kind of sort of gave up on. And it's like having another opportunity at that dream is an interesting feeling to have when I'm more open to it than I've ever been. But at the same time, it's not necessarily for me to take. And it's an opportunity to improve your plans, right? Yeah, because I remember saying like something about lack consciousness is like, I may not manifest an opportunity better than this, so I'm just going to take it. I've manifested a few things that I really wanted or thought I wanted, but then I have to, oh, wait, give me 3 seconds. 33, 33, 33. There it is. 333, 33. There it was. It's like I'm manifesting these things, but the things I'm manifesting, they're teaching me things. Like when I manifested that job opportunity, right? In London, of all places, when I was talking about wanting to work in London and live in London for a little bit, because I love London so much. I love London. I was only there for like a week, but it's my favorite city. um, but then I manifested that opportunity, and I was like, well, am I manifesting this opportunity because I actually want this, because I actually desire this, or am I manifesting it because it's convenient and it's easy and it's a logical next step, right? And then I manifested, and I didn't even know it, an opportunity to go to grad school in a program that I really, really like. Doctor of Medicine is like what I want to do. But then I was like, and like literally just today, I was sitting on the porch, and I was like, I could apply for it anyway, but I'm waiting to be finished with school now so I can move forward to the next thing. And so more school doesn't really feel like the next thing for me. And I was like, okay, maybe not. But for a second, a dream that I used to have was reignited. And maybe that's the lesson I was supposed to learn. Um, and so with that moon energy and with that divine guidance, it's like sometimes with that moon energy, it's all about having enough of a perspective to dig a little deeper and to feel into it a little more, right? The card from the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha is it's belonging, number 41. It's so interesting that belonging popped up. Because it's interesting. Uh, let's see what number 41 says. Belonging. Everybody wants to find a place where they belong. Let's go to the distance. I feel if Disney ever makes a live action Hercules movie, they need to reprise Go the Distance. Like I feel like I don't know why he didn't sing that movie. Why he didn't sing that movie. I don't know why he didn't sing that song at the end of the movie after he found the place where he belongs. Like I would love to hear that like reprised, honestly. Um, but he's like, I would go almost anywhere to find the place where I belong. I have often dreamed of a far place, right? Blah 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 blah. And I watched Hercules in college so much. My freshman year of college, I was absolutely miserable. And on my Facebook, I just got a memory of what I posted at the close of that first year. And I was like, I was absolutely miserable this year, and I learned so much. I learned so much. And I watched Hercules a lot because we had it at the dorm I lived in. And I would go up to the front. I watch Hercules all the time. It's not necessarily my favorite Disney movie, but it's the movie I've watched the most. Like not even just Disney movie. Hercules is the movie I watch the most. I would watch that movie like sometimes like at least like 3 times a week on a good week or a bad week. Sometimes even more. Multiple times a day sometimes. And it just kind of sort of got me through it. And it's interesting because I just shared on Twitter. I was like, Meet the Robinson and Hercules are two of my favorite Disney movies. Meet the Robinsons is my favorite movie, period. But those are two of my favorite Disney movies. And I was like, it's interesting that those are two of my favorite Disney movies when I've grown up, like, surrounded by family. And I was like, wow, what's that about? And I was like, oh my gosh. Number 41, belonging. Oh, well, I'm on the page of acceptance, which is 39, but it's not 41. Number 41, belonging. Learn to find security from within. Ooh. Actually, that may be my lesson. That might be my lesson. I mean, I've always had security within. I'm ready to have some kind of security without, you know? I've always had to be just kind of sort of solid on my own and work through my own stuff. And I've never really had anyone I can depend on or rely on in a lot of ways, in ways that I truly need it. I've had people who I can depend and rely on like on material ways or like in material ways. I've had people, but like emotionally or like even spiritually in some sense, it's like that's not been the case. Anyway, I'm actually going to read it because this is for me and I'm interested. And I read the other one too, so I got to be fair. Belonging. In this card, Ganesha uses the mouse as his vehicle. What? The mouse as his vehicle, which signifies his triumph over the ego. In Hindu mythology, The mouse symbolizes the ego, for the ego can eat away at all that is good and decent in a person. Belonging seeks to solve the predicament of the ego's own perceived separation. Since the ego has no conscious memory of its connection to others and to source, you experience a need to get out of seclusion by bonding with the people around you. These people can be your family, peer groups, or your community. The ego is neither good nor bad, but simply a necessary part of you in this existence. The ego can manifest inclinations that are either more positive or more negative in nature. There are many positive aspects to belonging. You develop your ability to love, connect, bond, share, and care for others. You see yourself more clearly through the mirror of relationship. It is important in belonging that you not try to seek approval through others. Through this card, Ganesha is here to help you focus on the positive feelings from being a part of a community. Learn to trust, ask for help, and to rely on others. Give me somebody reliable, and I'll learn to rely on him. But I found all of that interesting because it said, surround yourself with wise teachers or friends in this divine guidance card. Interesting. So, what is this about? And it was also interesting. It was talking about the ego, right? And I was like, oh, with the Five of Swords, it's about like integrating, healing the shadow, the ego. Well, shadow can be ego, or the ego can be part of the shadow. The ego is typically something that it's not necessarily, like I said, the ego is neither good or bad. So the egotistical parts, right? Egotistical and ego are different. Um, that Seven of Wands energy is very defiant. In this deck especially, both the Seven of Wands and the Five of Swords in this deck are energies of people who have been at odds with their environment and who are kind of sort of oppressed or not in a good space. But it's all about coming out of that. Maybe coming out of that mentality, right? Maybe I need to shift out of the mentality that people aren't reliable, and then I'll find somebody who is. See how that works? I found a few people that I would like to think are reliable, right? I'm more vulnerable and open now than I've been in the past. Okay. So now we're gonna do the last one, and then I'm gonna go to bed because it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I could stay up, but I won't. I kind of want to, low key, but I'm not. This will be one. Last one. I'm gonna give this a few shuffles up. Ooh, there's that title card. There's that Three of Wands again. That was a good shuffle. There's that Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is my favorite card in this deck. I love how it's depicted. I don't necessarily like the message, but I love how it's depicted. Let's go real deep. Let's see, how deep can we get? I mean, this is only one card, so we don't have to connect to the subconscious of everybody. The collective subconscious. I'm so tired, y'all. But at the same time, I don't want to go to sleep. But there's that Three of Swords. There's that Knight of Cups. That's going to come out at the cut this time. Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands. Bottom of the deck is Seven of Wands again. So I'm going to shuffle all these up. And then I'm going to dish them back out. I'm actually going to go from the bottom to the top this time. So I'm going to start with the Wisdom of Lord Ganesha, or Whispers of Lord Ganesha. Then I'm going to move to the Archangel Power cards, and then I'm going to pull the 3 tarot cards. I am excited for whatever's coming next, though. I don't know what it is, but if I'm manifesting opportunities like this that I'm not even gonna take, like, where are we actually going? And I'm excited to be done with a lot of stuff. I'm excited to move. I'm excited to experience life. I'm so excited. I've never been so excited in my life to experience life. Like 26. I feel like I overly romanticized 26 because 26 was hard. Like I did a lot of hard work in 26, but it was so beautiful at the same time. And my golden birthday is next year. So I'm born on the 28th and I'll be 28 years old. So I want to do something special for my birthday next year. Maybe that's what I should be saving money for. Screw the vacation this year. Maybe I'll save to take a vacation next year for my birthday. I think I'm actually going to do that. And I have a great start to birthday funds. I'm actually getting excited now. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do something amazing for my birthday next year. I mean, I'm going to do amazing things before then too, but I am excited for that. Or maybe I can do both. Maybe I can still go on my vacation. Because I do want to go on vacation this year. The Moon and the Two of Michael. Oh, look at those horses. Two of Michael is the Two of Swords, though. And pass. Okay. Thought I just heard a dog bark, but Chino was definitely asleep. Bottom of the deck is the Four of Gabriel. Four of Wands. Aww. That's so cute. Four of Wands. All right, Lord Ganesha. You'll be first. But yeah. I don't know. I'm open, I'm ready, I'm excited. It'll reveal itself to me. I don't want to talk to some of my professors about what I can do. I enjoyed coding a lot more than I thought I would. Not more than I thought I would, because I've always wanted to learn how to code, but I'm a lot better at it than I thought. I did I actually aced got 100% on an exam. And in a pretty tough class. It was in that coding class. And I told my one Libran friend my grade in the class. He was like, "Oh, they must have made the class easier that year." I was like, "No, you're just dumb and I'm not." Let me stop. I was like, "No, they didn't make it any easier." And then we had another friend who was in it. And he asked her if it was any easier or what the average was. And she was like, "No, it's still pretty hard." I was like, "Yeah, see." But I'm just naturally good at coding for some reason. I don't know why. But then after he got to learn me a little bit, he was like, "Yeah, I can see why you were good at it." I was like, "Wow, I got a 100% on the exam. That's crazy." I actually love that class so much. I love coding. The one thing I don't like about it is debugging, though. Like you can have one tiny thing wrong. You can have a lot of tiny things wrong, and then you find one tiny thing wrong, and it still doesn't work. And you're like, "Why doesn't it work?" Bottom of the deck is Generosity, number 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe, have all popped out. I'm just going to randomly pull this card right here. What is that? What'd that say? Decision. Of course it's decision. Of course it's decision. Why would it be anything else? So Generosity sitting at the bottom of the deck. Generosity. Decision, number 31. I've never read it, but I've been seeing it a lot. Number 37. I like the way you look. Wait, have I read Decision before? So the blurb says, consider all of your options to make an informed choice. I've read that before. I did that. I did read that. Consider all your options to make an informed choice. Maybe I should read the whole entry. I'm going to read the whole entry. I'm about to go to bed. Thank y'all for staying up with me. This has been interesting. I don't know if I would call it. I've actually enjoyed myself, so I would call it fun. But I don't know if it's been fun for y'all. Thank y'all for staying up with me. I guess I enjoy it. Um, so, what exactly do you want in this life? It's a situation, but I said life. What exactly do you want in this situation? Are you satisfied with the way things are moving in your life? Ganesha is guiding you to know that your desires are within your sights. Odds are in your favor. The decision that is before you is either sticking with what you know or breaking out and trying something new. This is a time for veering out onto a new adventure or making a decision that deviates from your typical trend or habit. That's exactly what I've been talking about. Oh, at least I know I'm on the right track, right? My typical habit is just doing what's convenient and easy and logical. This is the next logical step. It may not be what I want, but it's what society tells me I should do. Right? Anyway, um, it's not necessarily that I chose those decisions because it's what society told me I should do. I chose those decisions because it was easy and I didn't want to think about it and I didn't know what I wanted. And I had a feeling that it was right for the time. And it was. Um, Ganesha will gift you with a greater understanding of who you are and what you are capable of creating. Zero in on a goal. Take out, oof, pressing my elbow into my leg. Take the step to make the selection. You have worked hard and really evolved through your life lessons. Get ready for a change. Oh, I love this. Motivate yourself by taking time to rejuvenate. Treat yourself to simple things that bring you joy. Discover new activities that take you away from routine. As you move through your day, as you move through your day-to-day schedule in new ways, you create new thoughts. When Ganesha is holding the mace called Gada, he is challenging you to be more decisive. Once you start being more strong, once you start being more strong-minded, you will create the opportunity to reflect on your longer-term goals and desires. You'll then be in a better position to plan ahead and ensure you achieve those goals. You benefit now from a newfound sense of confidence and are ready for a major change. You might consider travel to exotic places, further education, or a major career change. At this point, this will travel to exotic new places and further education. Both of those are the university that reached out to me. I could be in Abu Dhabi. Let me stop. This will expand your learning and development and grow your horizons beyond your immediate environment. With careful planning and a moderated approach, you will set yourself up for success now and moving towards the future. Love this energy. Love this energy. Wow, I'm glad I switched over to these because I wasn't necessarily liking the messages I was getting from the Kim Crayons today. But I guess they are black and white, right? Is that the King of Gabriel? Yep, the King of Gabriel. And the Four Gabriel. King of Gabriel, King of Wands, Four of Wands at the okay. That's the Daddy of Wands. Poppy of Wands, Daddy of Pennies, the Father of Cups, and no, it's the Father of Swords. Because he ain't got no, that ain't Papa. Maybe the Papa of Cups and the Father of Swords. The Zaddy of Wands. Let me stop. Okay, we're going to get 2 cards. I'm going to do top and bottom again. So whatever needs to be on the top, put it on the top. Whatever needs to be on the bottom, let it sink to the bottom. I'll do one more. I'll give it 2 cuts, and then we'll see. I'll do a 3 cut and then a 2 cut. I love that, though. I love that decision. That's been my task for the past few weeks, to be decisive. It's what I'm learning next, or learning right now. Top of the deck is the 6 of Michael. 6 of Michael says, it's light at the end of the tunnel. Breathe a sigh of relief and make new plans. Relocation or travel. I was getting so many. Did I get overseas travel again today? I think I did get overseas travel again today. So shout out to the Cards by Alicia on Instagram. I gave her in the description box for my inspired LinkedIn. I have so many messages on LinkedIn. I got 43 messages or 43 notifications on LinkedIn. Some of those are messages that I still haven't answered. Sorry. I still wanted to apply or reply to these people by email. I still ain't done that. I'm going to do it all tomorrow because I don't like to leave people unreplied to. Anyway, what was I looking for? Yes, that's what I was looking for. I believe I got the travel card again today. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Did I? I was seeing so much of travel and overseas communication, stuff like that. I'm like, oh my gosh. Maybe not. One second. I am curious. It may have been yesterday. Nope. Yesterday I got the tower. I don't know. I saw it lately. I already pulled the top of the deck. Bottom of the deck is the Lovers. Another 6. So we got 2 6s. 6 of Michael and the Lovers. Shout out to Michael. You know what you do. And I'm over whatever I was stuck on. So I can appreciate you now. Make a choice from your heart. Deeply emotional commitments and the power of love. Is it going to be overseas love? Or maybe it'll be a trip overseas with somebody that I love, which would also be fantastic. But with the Lovers and the 6, choose peace. Choose peace. Choose peace. Bottom of the deck is the Queen of Ariel, Queen of Pentacles. I want to see what the top of the deck is. Top of the deck is the 8 of Michael. Well, could have done without that. That's the 8 of Swords energy. Well, let's see what the 8 of Michael has to say. Excuse me. 8 of Michael says, you can be free. Make a courageous choice to change your situation. Not seeing things clearly. Make a courageous choice to change the situation. We have decision up there. Choices. So many choices. What was the choice over here? It's the light at the end of the tunnel. Breathe a sigh of relief and make new plans. Relocation or travel. Well, that just said make new plans, but you know. Oh, why did honeymoon just pop into my mind? The word honeymoon. Um, treat yourself also. Anyway, choose peace is what originally came to me with the lovers and the six of swords, right? And when moving forward, listen to your heart, choose with your heart, live from your heart, love from your heart, not from your genitalia. I don't know why I felt the need to add that, but um, love is an open door. I've never heard that song. The only thing I know from Rent is 525,600 minutes because everybody was saying it all the time in middle school. And they did a Rent musical. Red Coats did that. 525,000 miles love seasons of love. The lovers in the six of Michael. Choose a love that will set you free is what just came to my mind. And then that song, Love Lifts Us Up Where We Belong, where the eagles fly over mountains high, just popped into my head. He Said, She Said is in my head by Ashley Tisdale. I was in the chemistry building on campus by the cafe one day, and that song came on. I was like, what? They got Ashley Tisdale playing in here? It took me all the way back to the Disney days. I loved it. He said, you're amazing. She said, while you're waiting, just like that, babe. I just saw the world at the time. What is this about? I kind of want to pull a lot of cards around this. So the lovers finally came out with the Six of Swords. Okay. I'll do top, middle, bottom. Top is King of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles is at the bottom of the deck over here. Queen of Ariel. Behind the Queen of Ariel is Perspective. Right, Queen of Ariel, right? Yeah, Queen of Ariel and the King of Pentacles. It's the King and the Queen of Pentacles. The middle card is going to be... Ooh. Oh. I said I wanted to pull more cards. This is an invitation. This is a whole spread. I'm going to do it because I don't want to go to sleep yet. It's already been 4. Why is the Nine of Swords here? The Nine of Swords is sitting on top of the lovers. The Pride card is sitting between the lovers and the Six of Michael. And then the King of Pentacles is sitting on the Six of Michael. The Ten of Cups just slid out. Bottom of the deck now is Justice. Hey, 10 and then 11. 10, 11. 9, 10. Nine of Swords, 10 of Cups, and Justice. 9, 10, 11. There we go. I need to go to bed, y'all, but I don't feel like it. I'm like an Energizer bunny tonight. I mean, I'm not necessarily wired, but also I'm not that tired either. King of Pentacles is all about worth. But sitting on top of the lovers, you can either have the Nine of Swords or the Ten of Cups. This is the decision, right? This is that courageous decision that Lord Ganesha is asking you to make. I feel like one person, if this is a lovers, like a he and she, or a he and he, or a she and she, or a them and that other person type of situation, it seems like one person has already decided, and it's pretty firm in that decision. Like the King of Pentacles is fixed earth energy, which is Taurian energy. Once a Taurus makes up their mind about something, they're going to be kind of bullheaded and stubborn about it, right? On the other side is the Nine of Swords and the Ten of Cups. The Nine of Swords and the Ten of Cups, to me, feels like someone who wants to make this decision, but they can't for whatever reason. um, trapped in their own darkness, stuck in their own mind. And then we have this pride card sitting between them, right? So this is life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit on this pride card. The pride card to me, in this context, realize that making one decision, when you make one decision, you make multiple decisions. Because when you choose one path, when you choose one option, you are also choosing to not take the other options. Now, if you use the type of person, let me see. I'm gonna see where the Knight of Wands is. I gotta do it for the players out there. Let's see where the Knight of Wands is. Where is she? Come on, Knight of Wands. Let me see where you at. Because somebody like, only one choice. I choose all of the above. What you mean choosing one ain't choosing other people? They ain't gotta know. Oh my gosh. Oh, here's the Knight of Wands. Still with the Five of Swords. Oh, so the Knight of Wands is between the Five of Swords and the Six of Cups. So maybe she done with being a player. Maybe. I see that big old moon card up there. Or the big old moon up there, though. On that Six of Cups. I don't know. Ooh, a 5 and a 6. That's an 11. And then we have Justice at the bottom of the deck. 5 plus 6 is 11. Here's 11. Maybe the Knight of Wands is done. So, yeah. Making one choice is to inherently not choose other things, right? And also, when you make one choice, I feel like it comes with a suite of follow up decisions. So, let's say that I chose to pursue a certain path, right? So, once I made that decision, it doesn't matter if I manifested a job opportunity halfway around the world in my dream city, in my favorite city. And it also doesn't matter that I chose to, or it also doesn't matter that I manifested the opportunity to live in a foreign country and pursue a dream that I had that was kind of sort of out of convenience, honestly. But it is something that I still wanted to do. And not only was it a dream that I had, it's a dream that I gave up on because I didn't think I could. I didn't think it was realistic for me. Uh, and so when I made the decision that I made, of course, all of this stuff happens after I make that decision, right? Well, honestly, I made the decision after London didn't happen. Then I made the other decision. But to decide is to continue to decide, right? This is the energy of Ganesha that we're talking about. Ganesha gives us the power to overcome any boundary, every boundary. But elephant energy can also erect boundaries that can't be crossed. It can cross any boundary and it can erect boundaries that can't be crossed, right? So again, it's like to make one decision is to shut off other things. But with the Six of Swords and with the Lovers here, it's like this choice has the opportunity to pay off in so many ways that you don't even expect. Because when there's a possibility that when you make this one decision, it's going to bring you abundance and fulfillment and happiness in many, many, many areas of your life. And so you may be losing options, but the abundance and the fulfillment and the joy that you get is going to outweigh the others. And it may potentially lead you to claim those same opportunities again later. You never know. Or you may get better opportunities. Again, you never know. Right? But again, I have to say it. I would hope and pray that whoever is making a choice will choose love. And if you can't choose love, at least don't make a choice out of a space of fear or out of a space of worry or out of a space of anxiety. I would hope that we've done enough healing and self work to make choices, right? Like following our hearts, like the lover said, follow your heart, right? Now, I said I was going to wrap this up, but I do that sometimes. If you hadn't noticed. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm not even going to be on here that lying. I'm going to put these other cards away. And I'm actually going to do the spread around this card. Just real quick. I'm only going to do 6 cards. I'm not going to be up for too much longer. But for some reason, I don't want to go to sleep. For some reason, I'm going to stay up. Wait, I got to get one final card. Boom. It'll be this one. The final card is the Knight of Ariel with the Magician right behind it. Love it. And the Eight of Gabriel, Eight of Wands, is right behind this Magician and this Knight of Ariel. Knight of Pentacles, the Magician, Eight of Wands. This Knight of Pentacles might move slow, but when the Knight of Pentacles gets everything that it needs, it can charge. It can charge, just like all the other knights. Once it's sure, once it's like, because the Knight of Pentacles, I feel like it can be slow because it's like, is it practical? Is this the right decision to make? Is this something I should be doing? It's constantly evaluating whether or not something is practical. But once it knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that it has everything it needs to move forward, I didn't even realize these were mini Swedish fish when I got them at the store. They're still good though. But once he gets everything he needs, or once he's sure he can move just as fast as any other knight, and if that Magician and that Eight of Wands ain't convince you, okay, one last card, Lord Ganesha. Understanding. I love these cards. Bottom of the deck is Delight. I love that. Delight. Understanding delight. Understanding how giddy and how tickled you're going to be once this finally comes together. Once you see and once you taste the end product, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, it was worth keeping in the slow cooker for 14 years. It was worth it though, because the taste is amazing. The wine is like, this is 13,000-year-old wine that's been aging in some forgotten barrel of some forgotten cellar in some forgotten place of the world that was so old it's like underwater now. Oh, this is Atlantean wine with this super slow cooked meat and this extremely old aged cheese. Once you get all these ingredients, it's gonna taste really well together. Because see, delight is different than instant gratification, right? And so it's like Spirit knows what you really want. Oh my gosh. This is my favorite card in this deck. Because they're just chilling in their underwear, in the boxers. I believe they're in their boxers. Yeah. Just chilling in their boxers, having a good time. Cookies and milk. I'm like, yes, that's what I want. I just want to chill. I mean, that's not all I want, but somebody I can chill with. Just be like, hey, put on another movie. I feel like watching Mean Girls. Let me stop. Okay. Show me the aspect of life that collectively is popping right now. What's collectively popping in life, or a relevant area of life, or maybe an area of life that we need? Oh, okay. That's way too many cards. I'm going to acknowledge all of these, and then I will put them back, and we will get one card. So, Knight of Cups, Seven of Cups, the Messenger, Hierophant, the Hangman, and the Hermit. All of these majors. So these three fell out on the table. The Messenger, the Messenger, the Hangman and the Hermit all felt like on the actual table. And then the Knight of Cups and the Seven of Cups, which is 8 cups, came out. Worth the wait is what just came to mind. Worth the wait. And worth its weight in gold. Ooh, okay. So when it comes to life, give us an area of life that we need to be aware of, that we need to focus on. The area of life that this is about. That did not shuffle. Here, coin. Bring in the angels and ancestors, guides, the protectors, the recorders, the guardians, everybody. Show me what I need to see when it comes to life. Pull the card at the bottom. Nine of Cups for life. Next is healing. The piece of ourselves or a person that needs healing. What needs healing? The bottom. Okay. The magician needs healing. Oh, wow. Now, a bright spot in life. Bright spot. Bright spot. Mr. Brightside. Bright spot middle. Okay. Almost got a few cards. The Eight of Pentacles. That's interesting. Show us how we can connect to nature. Give us a message that we can learn from nature. I like that better. Something that we can learn from nature right now. Is there a tree in this deck? Oh, well, here's a card. Here's 2 cards. Message we can learn from nature. Strengthen the 3 of Swords. Serenity. How can... That came out quick. The Messenger and the 10 of Pentacles. Oh, wait. The Messenger, the Hangman, and the 10 of Pentacles. When it comes to serenity, Messenger, Hangman, 10 of Pentacles. And lastly, what moves our spirit? Or what does spirit need us to know? What does spirit want us to know more than anything? The Hermit. Bottom of the deck is this 9 of Swords, of course, because why would it be anything else? So the area of life is the 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is the area that's the minor star. Everything that we wish for, everything that we want. But also, as a minor star, the 9 of Cups is kind of sort of things within our ability to make happen, right? Because you can get 9 cups. Now you can fill up 9 cups. The 9 of Cups isn't even the 10 of Cups, so you can do 9 cups. The star, you can't necessarily buy a star at the grocery store. But when it comes to the realm of everything that we desire, also when it comes to the hopeful piece of us, I think it's going to be important, just like that childlike card that came out, childlike expression, I don't remember. But just like that, it's important for us to connect to the things that we want in a very light way, in a heart-focused, heart-centric way. When it comes to healing, the magician is there, right? And the magician coming out as an area of healing right after the 9 of Cups as an area of life means that maybe we've been actively as things are now, there is some kind of blockage when it comes to us pursuing what it is that we actually want with that 9 of Pentacles. 9 of Cups, sorry. I was listening to myself talk. I watched the video I uploaded earlier. When I'm in the zone, I just say I say stuff wrong, and in my brain I know it's like I think the right thing, but my mouth says the wrong thing sometimes. Sometimes my mouth don't say anything, and I'm like, I remember thinking this, but I didn't say it at all. Um, but that magician coming out right after the Nine of Cups is all about us needing to fix. I felt it as I heard it as like we need to fix our desires because one of the tools in the magician's toolbox when it comes to manifesting, a few of the tools you have the cups, you have the cup and the sword, right? The mind and the heart. The pinnacle is your sense of worth, and the wand is your drive to get in. At least one of those things needs work. Because I feel like we're in a space where there's a little bit of confusion when it comes to what we're manifesting. And when there's confusion and when it comes to what we're manifesting, it can be a result of a disconnect in how we feel, or a flip-floppy mind, or a flip-floppy tongue, right? We'll speak against it. Like, oh, I want this, but it'll never happen. I want to do this and I want to move, but I'm not ready. I want to do this, but I'm scared, but I'm nervous. That's too scary. It's too much. I'll wait until this. Let's just fix all of that. It may be scary. It may be daunting. But instead of speaking on how scary or daunting it is, instead speak of the courage. Bolster yourself up with your words. Steel yourself with your sword and raise it and fight, right? Sometimes it starts with a leap. Sometimes it starts with a step. That could also be making sure your heart is in the right place, right? That's like if you want to manifest a new car because your neighbor just got a new car and you don't want your neighbor to have a better car than you. So you want to manifest a new car. It's like, really? What space are you manifesting from? Fix that. But that's what needs healing. I feel like we need a manifestation upgrade. Maybe it's also to learn to work with your tools in a different way or to elevate your practice. The bright spot is the Eight of Pentacles. I'm feeling the bright spot as a result of the dark spot. Because with the Eight of Pentacles, it's all about putting in the work. It's all about becoming a master craftsman. So you have the magician, and then you have the master. Master manifester. Manifesting literally all of your dreams. That came out, excuse me. That came out with the cornucopia card earlier. The ability to manifest all of your dreams. But yeah, the bright spot is like, you've done so much work already. Like, look how far you've come. And look how close you are to the 10 of Pentacles, or even to the 9 of Pentacles, where you're solid within yourself. You're one pentacle away from the 9. And once you're comfortable at the 9, you'll be given the 10th. You got to be given the 10th. You can't necessarily just take that one. You can get to 9. Somebody else has to push you into the 10, right? Even if you're at the 9 of Wands, right? Someone else is typically pushing you at the 10 of Wands, because the 10 of Wands a lot of times might be hanging on to other people's burdens. The 10 of Swords is other people stabbing you in the back, right? You can put yourself in 9 swords and worry and anxiety, but once someone else comes, that's when they take you to the 10, right? And it's like, you're so close. That's what to focus. That's what's to focus on. I think that's something that you can bask in, like bask in how far you've come, and bask in how much you've changed and how much you've worked. Don't get complacent in it. Don't think because you've done all that work that you can't stand to do a whole lot more. But that is a bright spot, and I feel like that's a bright spot of like you've done so much already. You can do this. You can do this one last thing. It may be asking for a lot, but you can do it. Now, the messages that we get from nature is strength in the Three of Swords. That takes me back to what I was talking about earlier, right? It's like there's a flower mentality and then there's a tree mentality. Tree mentality is like, I'm going to be good through the winter. I don't necessarily have to worry about it. I may lose all my leaves, but they're going to come back in the springtime, right? But I think also from nature, it's like, as humans, I feel like the one quality of nature that we almost sort of embody the most is its resilience, is its ability to bounce back, right? Is its ability to go through hardship, but to recover and recuperate. I think there's also a cyclic nature to life, right? You go through cold seasons, you go through hot seasons, you go through the winter and spring and the summer and the fall. And depending on where you live, you can go through winter, spring, summer, and fall all in one day, sometimes multiple times a day. But it's to understand the seasonality to everything, to understand that lions gotta eat, and it could be a little nasty. It could be a little grisly sometimes. And you don't want the gazelle to or the antelopes to get eaten. But lions gotta eat, right? And also gazelles gotta not get eaten. So sometimes a lion may get hungry. A lion may go hungry. But hey, that gazelle got a family too, right? But that's sort of the balance that they play. But I think there's also a sort of reverence that we can learn from nature. Because when you learn to respect the cycle, there's I think, and more so like learning from people who respect nature. But it's like we can learn to have reverence in all that we do, right? And so it's not necessarily a this is bad, that is good. Doing this is bad for you, doing that is good for you. It's to have a reverence to, or a reverence for everything. And as long as you honor it, there's a whole lot of stuff that could be bad that isn't, right? Call me pro meat eater. Um, but yeah, as long as you have a reverence, I think that's something else that nature can teach us. But yeah, I think one of the biggest lessons from nature is resilience, and it's about bouncing back. Like you see the images of trees that get cut down, but then you see a sapling growing in the middle of a tree stump, right? Or how there are certain plants that, especially in areas that are subject to natural wildfires, there are some plants that evolve to grow fairly quickly right after that fire. And so the plant, like nature, makes sure that it can complete its cycles, right? The plants themselves adapt to the fire. If a plant can adapt to fire, a lot of stuff can adapt to a lot of stuff. Um, yeah, how to bounce back. I think that's the biggest lesson from nature right now. Um, Now, in the space of serenity, we have the Ten of Pentacles, the Hangman, and the Messenger, which is the Hierophant. I feel like this is saying that because the Hierophant speaks to multiple levels, right? It speaks to that institutional level, to the mental astral level, and to the physical level. This is abundance coming in every aspect of the word abundance, but it's abundance coming in because of that hangman serenity, right? That hangman is coming into this inner knowledge and this inner knowing and finding this inner peace. This is an inner peace that surpasses your financial situation, that surpasses your familial situation, every situation. Excuse me. It's to be at one with yourself on every level, mentally, astrally, physically, and institutionally. Institutional stability being comfortable with your place in life, right? Um, which could be financially in some ways. And knowing that once you find that serenity, you will begin to see abundance bloom, blossom, grow, and flourish in every single area, right? I mean, every single area. Again, this is a pride card. Once you make that decision, it has the ability to create rewards in every single area. I love that Hangman, Hierophant, Ten of Pentacles, because the Hangman is all about being internally at peace and being one with everything. And so if you're one with everything, of course you're going to get abundance in every area of life, right? But it's also understanding the fact that your serenity being blocked in one area is going to create blockages in other areas as well. This is a top-down, complete approach. And last but not least, what moves our spirit forward? We have the Hermit. I think what's going to move our spirit forward the most is recognizing spirit. Just like I said, I can't remember when I said it. Was that the Knight of Cups? No, I don't think I saw the Page of Cups. Whenever I said like someone's creating or finding a more personal relationship with spirit, it's very that. This is about finding and creating that personal relationship with spirit. And once you have that, you can do nearly anything and everything. And that's where I'm going to leave this off. I'm actually going to go to sleep, right? Because I'll probably be up in like 3 hours, unfortunately. Goodness. I do want to get one final card, though, before I put this away, because I love getting one final card. Spirit moves, spirit. Spirit moving, spirit. What moves your spirit, spirit? Spirit got you back. And we're taking you higher. Setting you on fire. That is not shuffle. There's that Nine of Swords again. Tired of seeing the Nine of Swords. Go away, please. There's a Six of Wands. I'm starting to use this deck enough that I can recognize cards. All right, one final message. One final message, please. Oh, that's a whole bunch. I'll take them. This Three of Wands again. Three of Wands, the Devil, and the Page of Swords. Three of Wands, the Devil, and the Page of Swords. I feel like a very simple message for that would be not to be so stuck on needing confirmation. Because if you need confirmation, it's going to keep you locked in a sort of old paradigm. And needing confirmation is not having trust, or needing confirmation is not having the trust that you need to have in your decision. Once you make your decision, you need to be steadfast in it. And confirmation keeps you in an energy to be able to be steadfast. Ten of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Oof, that's some heavy energy. Don't necessarily like that. But the Ten of Swords, not the Ten of Swords, but needing confirmation can keep you in a space of like, once you become overly reliant on it, it takes the punch out of you making the decision that you made. And you need to be able to stick to a decision without confirmation. You need to be able to, if you click on some general reading and the person is like, this is a general reading, it won't resonate for everybody. And if it actively speaks against your situation, or if it speaks against you, no, if it resonates, it resonates. But sometimes we try to make stuff resonate out of fear, or because things are moving and we need some answers, right? But it's like it's to proceed without needing that confirmation. And again, if you have that relationship with spirit, then maybe you can seek confirmation in alternative ways where you don't necessarily need it from somebody else, right? Or maybe it's still to not need it. They may be testing you. It may be time to grow. It's time to go. It's time to grow. It's time to do that thing. It's time to grow. It's time to go. It's time to do that thing. It's time to make it sing. Okay. All right. I'm going to shut this down now. I'm going to go to bed. It's been 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 57 seconds. Thank y'all again for sticking with me. It's been fun for all the folks that came in. And I'm going to get some sleep now. Wait, hold on. Am I done? Three of Wands, the Devil, and I don't remember what the last card was. I'm trying to put it away. Excuse me. Yeah, because it's like, let's say your test is being decisive, right? Let's say your test is learning how to make a decision. If that's your test, if your test is being decisive, and if your test is making a decision as a test, how likely, 1 second. Oh, there it is. How likely do you think it is that you will come across a situation, a message, an opportunity that would tempt you out of that decision? If that is your test, if your test is to be decisive, do you think that you could come across something that would test your decision? Of course, right? And so it's to stick with it. But also at the same time, to not form unhealthy attachments to things, or to not be so attached to something that you pass up on things that you should be taking, right? And it's like sometimes there are pit stops along the road, but and it's like a pit stop is different than changing the destination. And it's always take it as it resonates, and it's always like use your discernment in the moment. But yeah, I think that's the challenge at the same time, because you don't want to, like, the Devil was upright, it wasn't in reverse, but that is an all upright deck. So it's a warning, right? With the Ten of Swords at the bottom, closure, closing a chapter. It's a minor death card, minor transformation compared to the major Devil. uh, but with the Three of Wands, it's almost like testing your decision to wait. But again, it's not forming a very heavy attachment to it either. It's an interesting challenge. Uh, maybe that could also be with the Ten of Swords at the bottom of the deck and the Three of Wands and the Devil. I can't remember what the third card was. But with those, it could also be that, excuse me, you may have existing attachments that directly conflict with what you're looking to manifest. And so you may need to release, and again, that came with the Four of Pentacles before, I think that was pile one. It was like the first pile one, not the second pile one. But it's like you need to release certain attachments to make room for things that you actually want at the same time. And so it's like take that both ways. It's probably more of that with the Ten of Swords at the bottom of the deck than necessarily before. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this here now. I'm gonna get, like I said, probably like 3 hours of sleep if I'm lucky. I'll just wake up and be up. I'm like, all right, have a good. If you're watching this later, have a good whenever. If you're watching this now, have a good whatever, whenever it is. I would say have a great evening, but if it ain't the evening over there, then it may be the middle of the day. I don't know. All right, good night. I just said it. Good night for the folks where it's nighttime. Good morning for the folks where it's daytime. Good afternoon for the folks where it's the afternoon time. Good evening for the folks where it's the evening. And I hope you're all doing well. And if you're not, then I hope you do weller soon.